Welcome, Brian. Honorable members, yesterday we had deferred three questions from the honorable member, Mr. Jermaine Figuera. I don't know if someone from, sorry, we're not there yet. Sorry, go ahead, Charlotte.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc., reports from committees, oral questions without notice, questions and notice.
Yes, honorable members, as I was saying, we had three questions deferred yesterday. Uh, C will ask those questions for Mr. Figuera. No. Uh, honorable member, Mr. Sherwin. Sorry, Mr. Vince Roy Jordan.
Miss- Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll ask the question number 2. Can the minister inform this House on the following questions regarding the procurement and utilization of cane loaders purchased by Gaisuko after August 2020? A. What is the number of cane loaders that were procured by Gaisuko between September 2020 and October 31st, 2022? The
Oh,
B.
sorry, honorable members. The honorable member has gone to question two. Maybe
Yes.
somebody else may ask on behalf of the honorable member, Mr. Figueroa, the first one. But he's asking number two. Go ahead, honorable member, Mr. Jordan.
B, Mr. Speaker, what is the cost of each cane loader procured? C, please state whether there was a process of public bidding, state date and medium of advertisement for the cane loaders and who won the bid. If there was no bidding process, please say who was given the contract and the basis for doing so, including if the Gaisuko board played a role. E, Mr. Speaker, please state where each of the cane loaders purchased be- between September 2020 and October 31st, 2022 are presently located and the date they arrived at that location. Please state how many man hours each of the loaders purchased between September 2020 and October 31st, 2022 worked at the present location since arriving there. G, Mr. Speaker, please state how many of the cane loaders purchased between September 2020 and October 31st, 2022 are in a ready-to-work condition if they were needed by Gaisuko at 1st November 2022. H, Mr. Speaker, please state how many man hours were available at each estate for the cane loaders to work between September 2020 and October 31st, 2022. I, the Gaisuko board, recommend the purchase of these specific types of cane loaders. And J, what was the country of origin of the cane loaders? And is this the same country from which pre-2020 cane loaders were procured from? Thank you, Mrs.
Honorable Minister of
Mr.
Agriculture.
Speaker, although the paper is saying that this question should not be proceed with at this sitting, I want to I answer so at the back here. But anyway, I want to inform the honorable member that no order was during the period that he mentioned. So that answer nullify all the other questions that he asked.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, the asterisk also deals with oral questions, right? So maybe we have to use one for oral and two for deferred. There were two other questions in the name of the honorable member, Mr. Figuera. I don't want to say I'll strike them off, but I think it's total disrespect. Because yesterday, the honorable member was late. I was informed that someone would ask the questions on his behalf. And then we got a deferral yesterday to today, and we can't be here. And I continue to ask that members be on time. We get a prompt start, and we still have quite a bit of tardiness.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir,
Honorable member,
sir,
Mr. Patterson.
you proceeded, um, you proceeded onward, sir. Can I ask a question for Mr. Figueroa, sir?
I'll give you leave to yes.
Sir, this is question 3 pending. Sir, which is the question? Because member,
We have
member,
we have two.
Mr. Speaker,
We
may
have
I,
the first one.
Mr. Speaker, may I, sir?
We have the first one.
which was just done, which was just asked.
No, that's the second one we asked. The answer.
Oh, yeah. Sir,
Just
Sir, the
before you proceed, the Honorable Senior Ministerial Officer, President.
Mr. Speaker, may I, sir, with your permission, say and reiterate and endorse fully and support your comments earlier. It is utterly contemptuous of this House to place questions on the order paper, to absent yourself persistently from the sitting on which the questions are listed, and indeed not brief any of your colleagues. They don't even know which question is slated to be asked. It's disrespectful of this House, sir.
Honorable
Mr. Speaker,
Member,
on
Mr.
behalf
Patterson.
of my colleague, Honorable Member German Figueroa, who lives in Linden, which is, sir, almost 70 miles from here, and he has to traverse the East Bank.
Honorable Member, please. When there are sittings, there are accommodation provided at the expense of the people, and so I know you made a good attempt to try to offer, but even me, I have moved into my daughter's place about 5 minutes away from here, and I live at Eccles.
Well, very good, sir. Unfortunately, Member Figueroa doesn't have any daughters around. Anyway, sir,
Go ahead,
the question is to the Minister of Sports, Youth and Culture. Can the Minister inform this House when the work on the indoor facility for Linden commence, when it commences, and when is it likely to conclude?
Honorable Minister, Culture, Youth and Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I always like to.
No, he has to bend.
Have to speak up.
He is
maybe
vertically
on this one.
challenged.
Yes. I always like to come a bit early because we've just witnessed a comedy of errors from that side of the House in relation to the simple asking of a question, of which that is one of their primary functions. Just in relation to this specific project, Mr. Speaker, as the honorable member would know, 2 projects would have started there, but in relation to this indoor facility, working with my brother from the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the honorable member Hugh Todd, because of the nature of the discussions and the negotiations and the sensitivities at the stage that it's right now, I'm unable to provide an answer, but I'll be able to provide one by around October or so. Thank you.
By October of this year?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. This involves intergovernmental discussions, as you may be aware. And there are some issues that have to be finalized that I can't disclose publicly because of the stage of those discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Sir, I think that's self-explanatory. October of this year just highlights how efficient they are. Sir, I go on to question number 3. Sir, question number 2 is asked by my honorable partner, Vince Roy. Sir, to the Minister of Home Affairs, can the Minister inform this House of the number of pending applications at the General Registrar Office for A, death certificates for the years 2018, 2011, and of 31st October 2022, marriage certificates for the years 2018, 2021, and 31st of October 2022, birth certificates for the years 2018, 2021, and at 31st October 2022.
Mr.
Honorable
Mr.
Minister
Speaker,
Teixeira, go ahead.
I understand that Minister Robeson is attending a funeral of a relative. He will be coming, but he's right now at the funeral. I apologize for not raising that earlier so that that question could be deferred.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, we will see how we could work in the answer shortly.
Just for query, sir, it was for oral response, you know.
Yes, we will
Thank you
ensure
very
that
much,
we
sir.
can. Yes. It's interesting to note that the honorable members are related. Charlotte?
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance, motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by a minister, introduction of bills, public business, government's business.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the Budget Debate 2023. Our first speaker today is the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. Lennox, with 1 N. Schumann.
Just one second.
Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to my colleagues on this side of the House for cheering me on and championing me. It's the first time in my entire presence in this Parliament that I actually felt like there was some, maybe they were developing some kind of a liking for me. But I take this opportunity to wish my colleagues, both on both sides of the House, yourself and all the staff of Parliament, the ones that I have not seen yet, and the entire nation, happy and prosperous 2023. And I trust that 2023 will be tremendously better than 2022. And I will say unreservedly that Budget 2023 sets the tone for that year to be a great year. Finance and his fantastic staff for taking the time. I know it has been a very tedious, time-consuming, long hours, and everything that it entails to produce Budget 2023. And I sincerely hope also that my words properly and appropriately reflect what is contained therein. Mr. Speaker, before I get into the substance of Budget 2023, I want to start off at something that I find rather displeasing, that I must say I'm quite disappointed in. And it is my sincere hope that the Guyana Elections Commission and the country at large pays attention. Because on my side of the House, and I will exclude myself because I just so happen to sit on this side, that we have sat in this House and listened to a political party that sat in breach of the Constitution for how many years and how many months continue to trample on that very Constitution. It is what we as parliamentarians have sworn on day one when we were all sworn in to uphold the Constitution of Guyana. Every single person in this assembly, every member of parliament in this assembly has sworn to uphold it. Mr. Speaker, when I started off, and almost in every presentation that I would have made, I admonished my colleagues on this side to do better, to lead by example. Because the people at the end of the day exercise that confidence in their franchise to put all of us in this House. I have asked on several occasions for all of us, my colleagues, to not revert to race baiting. We are going to come in here and put sound bites that will reach the far ends of this globe. Why? Because it makes us look good. And I look at the Constitution that we all swore to uphold, Mr. Speaker, and I have it right here. Everyone was furnished with a copy, so for those of you who have not read, I'll get to that. But I would have thought that a party that would have exhausted every single constitutional means to hold on to power would have educated themselves and read the Constitution and know what their obligations are as written in this book. And I will say that I am so sadly disappointed. On day one, our very first speaker came into this House and started speaking about an apartheid state, about inherent racism, racist policies, and all of these things. And I would rather sing for my supper, Mr. Speaker, than try to steal for my supper. Article 160A of the Constitution, and I will read it for the nation who is listening and for those who want to go online. All persons, institutions, and political parties are prohibited from taking any action or advancing, disseminating, or communicating any idea which may result in racial or ethnic division among the people. Those are some very, very critical words that we in this August House, Mr. Speaker, swore to uphold. Yet we have members coming to this floor in violation of that constitutional article. And once again, I say it is my sincere hope that the Guyana Elections Commission is paying attention. Mr. Speaker, I go to another speaker who spoke of this August House, about the respect and the conduct that we are to have in this House. And it is as if they had just discovered, they had just found themselves. They had just found themselves. They had a eureka moment. And it is my hope that that eureka moment will continue to the end of this parliament. Because when their conduct in this House, when they attempted to steal the mace, when they pulled all the wires out, when they wanted to create chaos in parliament, being the primary chaos agents in this country, you cannot come to this House and speak about the August House. And for those who are listening, Mr. Speaker, and maybe for my colleagues on this side who never understood what August really means, there are so many words that one can use to describe what the August House is. And just a few of them, Mr. Speaker: distinguished, respected, eminent, vulnerable, illustrious, prestigious, renowned, and so many others. But what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is that the behavior that I've seen from some of my colleagues does not give justice to the definition. And that, Mr. Speaker, I find rather disappointing. Very disappointing. Mr. Speaker, I, I would venture so far to say that if Mr. Charles Darwin were alive today, that he would have lived to see the Darwin theory of evolution debunked, because my colleagues on this side of the House seems incapable of evolving to a higher step. Mr. Speaker, I sat in my chair, and one of the things sitting up there is sometimes you avoid the eyes of your colleagues and sometimes opposition and whoever else, but it gives me ample opportunity and ample time to take all of the notes, to listen to all of the presenters, as I continuously and consistently have done for every single sitting, that my colleagues, and I say my colleagues because they're all here, when there is a parliament, some of them don't even bother to log in. They don't even show up. I think that the taxpayers need to tie performance and attendance to the pay of every parliamentarian. That if you cannot produce, if you cannot attend, then by virtue of those attendance, one's salary should be reduced. I was actually, Mr. Speaker, I was tempted to come in here in my traditional attire today, but I feared what would be happening behind me.
In addition, it's very cold in the dome.
I'm acclimatized, Mr. Speaker. I'm acclimatized. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, we heard presenter after presenter come into this, and once again it goes back to what the definition of the August House is. We've heard presenter after presenter come into this House and say that it is important that we are honest with the people. And I really don't like walking back into history, because sometimes, yes, it's nice to reflect and be guided by the events of history. But if we're going to talk about coming into this House and thinking that we could sit there with some degree of integrity, we want to be honest, the nation still awaits the truth from my colleagues on the side. The nation still awaits those SOPs. Let's start there, from honesty. If we are going to be honest, because if we cannot be honest on this side, it becomes difficult for us to call the other side. And I don't want to say dishonest, Mr. Speaker, but it really becomes difficult if we do not have a platform of honesty to stand on. So if we're going to be honest, let's be honest about what transpired in elections 2020 and everything else that ensued. Mr. Speaker, I I sat and I heard, and I go to great lengths to not lambaste my indigenous colleagues because I think we have enough issues of our own. As arguably one of the most marginalized people in the country, we have our own issues. And I really go to great lengths to not publicly nor on the floor admonish them about their attitude, their behavior, their mistruths, because I think that those things could be resolved with dialogue. There are opportunities to address it. But when one comes to the podium and they peddle, and I'm cautious not to use the word lies, Mr. Speaker, but let's say when they come to this podium and they want to peddle on truths, then at some point it needs to be corrected. Because once again, if we cannot lead by example, then how do we now hold the government accountable? That becomes a really, really difficult task. I heard my colleague from Kako, and my sincere apologies, we'll get to that. They're also waiting for a better life, which was never delivered. So the honorable member came to this podium and spoke about the court case that was caught up for 24 years in Parliament. And when the APNU AFC were in office, they did absolutely everything they could to frustrate that process. The honorable member at the time was Minister of State, maybe only by title, but the authority was completely stripped from that office. And just by that simple action, one would know about the amount and degree of respect that they had for indigenous peoples. And I am happy to say, Mr. Speaker, that it is because of a constant dialogue between myself and the Attorney General and the justice system. I don't want to the people finally got the ruling, finally got a written ruling. It is with the support of the Honorable Attorney General. So you cannot come to this podium and lament how great you were in office, when in fact you did absolutely nothing. You did everything to frustrate the system. So if we are going to we go back to this thing about honesty, Mr. Speaker. My colleague behind me from the Guyana Guyana Action Party. I will say unreservedly, that I have the absolute and utmost respect for Sidney Alicock. Absolutely. The most that anyone can think of. The unfortunate thing, Mr. Speaker, is that when that member was an honorable member in this House, much like the leader of the opposition, he saw so many swords and knives at his back that he could not perform. Every person within that ministry, well, I wouldn't want to say everyone, but the key figures in that ministry were trying to undermine him. They all wanted his job. Much like they're trying to do to the honorable leader of the opposition. And it is unfortunate that within one political cycle, that we stand likely on the side of the House to see 3 separate leaders of the opposition. You cannot lead if you cannot get your house in order. The honorable member from Region 9 started talking about getting your knees off the necks of indigenous peoples. And I stand here as an example, Mr. Speaker. I can speak with authority because I was a victim of the very same discriminatory process that the honorable member spoke about. Except that it came from this side when they were in government. When I was vice chairman of the National Two Shows Council, they tried to throw me in jail. They tried to destroy my life. When the National Two Shows Council had our conference, they say, yes, you have control, but they're going to write the program, they're going to control the agenda, they're going to control where you stay, your travel. And when we had, Mr. Speaker, a very comprehensive agenda for all of those sittings, members of the ministry at the time literally took our agenda and tore it up. Say, you don't need that, we've got one. So you cannot speak about taking your knees off the necks of indigenous peoples when your party in itself tore up the agenda. You cannot. We have on the side, Mr. Speaker, when my colleagues on the side, and Mr. Speaker, there is a very interesting, there is a very interesting thing about the truth, Mr. Speaker. The truth is salt in a wound that will continue to burn, and it is going to continue to hurt. So when the truth hits the floor, this is what ensues. When the truth hits the floor, this is what ensues. And once again, Mr. Speaker, we talk about an August House, and listen to the behavior of my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, they speak about land titling. I sat on the Amerindian Land Titling Board, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the National Two Shows Council. I sat on that board as a substantive member representing the indigenous peoples of this country. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, and why I continue to say I have the utmost respect for the previous Honorable Minister and fourth Vice President. Amerindian land titling moved absolutely nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. And I can say that with authority because I sat on that board. I sat on that board. When party affiliates from the APNU AFC sat in that room and said, we are not giving out any more land titles. Not on one occasion, Mr. Speaker. On multiple occasions they said that. And the Honorable Minister at the time could not do anything. And that is the degree of respect that they have for indigenous peoples. Absolutely none. And if I were to maybe expand on that, Mr. Speaker, and I think I would have done that previously, is APNU AFC removed the title from one indigenous area, and that is Anai. So instead of giving titles, what they've done literally is taken away. Taken away. I listened as the honorable member spoke about extensions, titles, and I don't know what and what, extolling the so-called fantastic virtues of the APNU AFC when they're in office. But once again, Mr. Speaker, the record needs to be set straight. That when you come to this House, you have an obligation to tell the truth to the people, and that truth means that sometimes we have to swallow the bitter pills of our underachievements. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to my colleagues from ACDA and all of my colleagues who are descended from the terrible atrocities of slavery, that the indigenous peoples in this country, don't stand averse or opposed to reparations. We stand arm in arm with every single Guyanese to ensure that the injustices of slavery is corrected, that there's a reparations movement, and we should not be looking at each other's issues as competing. While they are not the same, they're not competing. We're not competing for the same space. And I go back to that point, Mr. Speaker, that the then APNU AFC administration established a commission of inquiry into lands and completely excluded the National Two Shows Council. You excluded the premier indigenous representative body, and you say that we are a caring government, we care about indigenous peoples. The record needs to be set straight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear my colleagues are asking for me to go into the substance of budget 2023. And I think that they want to urge me to move on because there's a saying that says the truth is like poetry. And we know how many people like poetry. We know how many. I go back to my, and Mr. Speaker, in my inaugural presentation in this House, I spoke about the severe psychological discomfort that an Indigenous Deputy Speaker would bring to my colleagues in this House. And you can listen to it. That is a psychological discomfort that it created to know that there's a first Indigenous Deputy Speaker in this House. This is a psychological discomfort, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my inaugural address, and to contextualize budget 2023, I spoke about the UNICEF report on the status of Indigenous women and children in this country. I spoke about how difficult, and the report said it all, how difficult it was for Indigenous peoples to have access to education, have access to healthcare, have access to finances, and a whole host of things. Mr. Speaker, I will say that if, when I look back, and this year it's, once again, I got this is the official answer, and it's from my inaugural presentation. And I had to go back and make sure that I was not mistaken what I had in my records matched what is on this paper. When I started off, I spoke about the difficulties in Indigenous peoples accessing healthcare and education. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, unreservedly, unapologetically, that what I would have seen in my tenure with this administration, and to answer the honorable member from Region 9 who is behind me, asking what is it that I have done for Indigenous peoples. And I will tell you, it is because of continuous diplomacy and hard work that the Indigenous peoples now have better access to education from 2020 to now. Access to internet, and someone said, well, tell us about goal. Well, I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, if we're going to use the goal as a marker, why don't we speak about what existed before that, which was absolutely nothing? So when we're going to go to markers, and when we're going to deal with how you change things, how you influence things, Mr. Speaker, I would have hoped that some of the most learned friends on this side would have read a little bit about philosophy. Confucius said, be as gentle as the wind. That you are to be felt and not seen. And this is because of constant collaborative efforts to ensure that what is contained in that report from UNICEF gets addressed. From 2020 to now, I will tell you, where I would say next to no Indigenous persons had access to further learning under the GOAL program, so many, and I don't have the stats, Mr. Speaker, but that is a matter that I think anyone can research. So many Indigenous peoples now have access to education. I go to the Honorable Priya Manikchand's portfolio. And we had spoken, and once again, Mr. Speaker, I had spoken about access to language programs. Where we started off in 2020 to date, and I had a discussion with the chief person in charge of education in this country, that the language program that we spoke about is now being launched as a pilot in 2 communities and yet to be rolled out in 18 communities as is contained in budget 2023. That is a massive cry from the zero that ensued pre-2020, Mr. Speaker. That is progress. That is progress. Mr. Speaker, I spoke about the access to health and healthcare. And I see my honorable colleague, Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, is not in the house. But it has been an ongoing conversation, Mr. Speaker, to deliver and find more effective ways to deliver healthcare to Indigenous peoples. It is not a matter of walking in there. We know the geography is tiring. It is very challenging. We know sometimes communication in itself is difficult. But this has been a comprehensive and continuous dialogue between myself, Dr. Frank Anthony, Dr. Vishwa Mahadio, and many other health professionals in finding ways to effectively deliver health services to the hinterland. And that is a continuous dialogue process that is yielding results, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, to continue this dialogue, you'll need an extension.
Thank you. Comrade Speaker, I seek your guidance. The honourable member has disassociated himself from the opposition. So I am seeking your guidance. I am seeking your
Good attempt, Honorable Chief Whip. Anybody,
Sorry?
anybody, any side of the house can stand and move.
Okay,
an
so in that case, sir,
Please, Honorable Senior
that the
Minister,
honourable government
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President,
conclude this
responsible for
presentation.
finance.
Mr. Speaker, clearly,
Level of pettiness.
given that our friends on that side of the House clearly have a difficulty with free speech and free expression,
So,
it gives me great
Mr.
pleasure,
Speaker, are we
sir.
allowed to make speeches
It gives
here?
me great
Are we
pleasure,
allowed to make
sir,
speeches
to
in the
move-
House?
Honorable Minister, yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
As I said, sir, I move that the honourable member, the government, be given.
I had recognized the mover as the Honorable Minister.
But sir, I was
of
still on
Finance.
my feet.
gives me great pleasure, sir, to move that the honourable
I was
member
still
be
on my
given
feet.
additional time to
The
complete his
government
presentation.
advisor could be given 5 minutes.
Honorable member, Honorable Deputy Speaker, you have 5 minutes to conclude. The clock starts at 11:05.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, 11:07.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would have hoped that, given that I have not touched on some of the more important topics, well, I'd say maybe not more important, but other topics that I wanted to, I would have asked for maybe another half an hour or 1 hour to continue. But, Mr. Speaker, judging from all of the heckling and yelling, and once again, it is in good taste not to have been dressed in my traditional garb today, because once again, who knows what would have come from behind me. But, Mr. Speaker, it is as if my colleagues on this side of the House are impervious to the truth. They are impervious to the truth. There are so many communities, Mr. Speaker. My friend on this side is talking about selling out indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but express some sense of humor in what emanates. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, that I never took any money from SLED to do anything, and I'll leave that there. Let diplomacy take its course. But it is as if my colleagues on this side of the House have a really difficult time with looking at Guyana grow. They have a difficult time with the trajectory that Guyana is on. When Budget 2020 that came in and corrected what was done in 2019, where there was no budget pass, where they spent money without consulting the public, without having a sitting, that money was literally had to be paid in 2020. So there seems to be some level of discomfort, Mr. Speaker, that when a political party, a legitimate political party and representative of the people come to this House and ask for an endorsement to spend from the public's purse, it creates a discomfort. Where Budget 2021 started off, Budget 2022 built on that, and Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 complements what operated in 2021 and 2022. And if we are going to talk about development in this country, Mr. Speaker, it requires that we have an open mind, that we embrace change, and that all of the change, all of the developmental change that are going to come, that it is appropriately resourced, which is what Budget 2023 does. It seems, Mr. Speaker, as though there are people in this assembly, and I will not call names, nor will I say who they are, but there are people in this National Assembly who wants to see Guyana stuck in a pre-1985 era. And I say that because when we talk about rigged elections, when we talked about the public's purse, when we talked about lack of accountability, it seems as though there are some people in this House who want us to stay in that era. It also seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that my colleagues seem to want to say to the ministers on that side and the government on that side, how dare you try to make the lives of Guyanese better? How dare you want to say that you're going to deliver education and health care to indigenous peoples? How dare you allocate money to undertake indigenous land titling? This is what seems to be coming from this side. They're saying to the government, how dare you look after the people's interests? That is what it's sounding like to me, Mr. Speaker. That is the way it's sounding to me. Mr. Speaker, I know that my time, and we're really tight on it. I wish, like I said, I had an hour, maybe more. I remember a lesson that I had in art class, and I'm sure that many of my colleagues on this side would have attended art class. And it takes me back to a quote that I remember reading about Michelangelo. And I contextualize this in terms of Guyana. And I think someone had asked him, how do you carve an angel? And he said, I see a marble and I chisel away everything that is not. Mr. Speaker, that budget 2023 is the sharp end of that chisel that is meant to carve the beauty that Guyana eventually will be. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will say that this budget enjoys my 110% support. Thank you.
Honorable members, before I call on the next speaker, join me in acknowledging the presence of former members of Parliament Ernest Elliott, Genevieve Allen, good morning, and to acknowledge the presence of His Worship, the Mayor of Georgetown, Panditji Ubraj Naren. Also, to my good friend and guest today, Colonel Ronald Hercules. Our next speaker is the Honorable Minister of Parliamentary Affairs and Governance, the Honorable Gail Teixeira. Honorable Minister, you may proceed. Honorable members, Minister, before you start again, I talk about the unparliamentary words in the House. And I urge all members to observe the protocols. You may proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues on this side of the House and Mr. Schuman in supporting Budget 2023. This budget comes after the emergency budget of 2020 and the 2021 and 2022
Honorable Minister, the Honorable
Sorry?
Member, Mr. Duncan, continue to shout, and Honorable Chief Whip, I would ask that you speak with the particular member. Go ahead, Honorable Minister, I start your clock. And the Honorable Chief Whip, the Honorable Mahipal is becoming a bit disgusting now. Honorable Minister, you may proceed starting now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, this budget comes after the emergency budget of 2020 and the 2021 and 2022 budgets to rebalance Guyana after the 5 years of APNU AFC incompetence as a government. And it has set the foundation for its transformation steadfastly, carefully, calculatedly, step by step, for the sustainable transformation of our nation, improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. The vision laid out in our 2020 manifesto, led by the visionary leadership of President Muhammad Ali, Vice President Barack Obama, Prime Minister Mark Phillips, and supported by all of us on this side of the House, and the electorate who voted us in, speaks to a future that brings hope, pride, and dignity for all of Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor, and sometimes not honor, of being through 32 budgets as a member of Parliament. I must say that gone are the debates, and I think you would support me in this, from the opposition PNC side then, with leaders like Desmond Hoyt, Winston Murray, Kenneth King, Faith Harding, and Derek Bernard, and yourself, Mr. Speaker, when you were MP for the United Force. They came with substance and were effective opposition members. Since 2012, the APNU AFC opposition has become irresponsible and reckless and lacking in substance during these debates, even when they were in government. Worse so in this budget, Mr. Speaker. Dare I say that the listening public, like we on this side of the House, have been subjected to the vitriol of the APNU AFC MPs, who appear to be living and nurtured in a bubble of intellectual opportunism and naysay in some cases, sheer intellectual bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened and I have this mental image in my brain of the witches in Macbeth. The three witches who sat over the cauldron and stirred the pot and stirred the pot. And so, Macbeth Shakespeare, when the three witches said double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble, that is what you're doing. Always fire burn and cauldron bubble. Trouble, trouble. Mr. Speaker, that I think a rap singer may want to break that into a nice rap song. Might be appropriate because this is what they bring to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I say intellectual opportunism as repeatedly as they have misquoted, misinformed about the contents of official regional and international reports. Mr. Speaker, let me just quickly go through some of these. They kept referring to the FAO report on Latin America and Caribbean on food security. The figure they keep banding around of 42% of the people in Guyana are not having a diet, do not have food security, are not eating properly, and not the figures for Guyana. It is the figures for the Latin American Caribbean region. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, in the same FAO report, they seem to have forgotten, or not read it actually, that Guyana places among 6 countries with the best nourishment rates in the Latin American Caribbean region. So, Mr. Speaker, this intellectual opportunism, and as I said, bankruptcy, I'll continue to show it. Mr. Speaker, I've heard a former member who's left his seat talk about the IMF Article 4, 2022, and castigate it. But the Article 4 of 2022 report on Guyana says that public debt stood at 42.9% of the GDP at the end of 2021, one of the lowest in the Caribbean region. It also points out that the IMF noted the PPC government of Guyana's progress in strengthening Guyana's anti-corruption framework and fiscal transparency in the extractive industries. It pointed out and went on in a number of ways to explain that. Mr. Speaker, the IMF report also talked about in relation to the expenditure on public investment and construction, that this was a way to, quote, ease the cost of living pressures for the population. These investments can once again be seen in the 2023 budget with additional capital investments in key infrastructure projects. This level of public capital investment, as well as the authorities' commitment to a zero overall balance in the medium term, form the basis of a progressive and positive medium-term macro-fiscal framework as is laid out by the IMF in its 2022 level. With this level of expected investment, implementation with the tenders for large infrastructure projects allotted to international firms that will import capital goods and workers, inflation is expected to be contained in the medium term. I'm quoting all the time from the IMF. In addition to that, the IMF notes in relation to inflation that it expected it to rise to 9.4% by the end of 2022. However, it admits that efforts by the government of Guyana to manage to reduce the impact of many exogenous factors and ultimately reduce the actual rate of inflation as compared to the estimate rate of the IMF. Lastly, in comparison to the region, it notes that Ghana, it goes on to say that growth is higher in Ghana than in its regional partners, owing especially to the expanding oil and gas sector, which we know. Inflation is also reported as remaining subdued in comparison to regional peers. The fiscal performance of Ghana was better than in any other regional commodity exporters, and external borrowing remained low. Mr. Speaker, this document was misquoted in this House yesterday and gave a totally different picture. Totally different. This is repeated what I call intellectual opportunism in the nicest and intellectual bankruptcy in the worst. I'm being very polite because the speakers made it very clear certain words can't be used in here. So let's go on.
Honorable Minister, you had one beep already. Yes. Irresponsible.
Mr. Speaker, the study of the socioeconomic impact of the closure of Gaisuko sugar estates on sugar workers in Guyana, an ILO document, ILO, which was published in January 2021 and was done by the University of Guyana as a contractor, Green Institute. This document, despite what the Honorable Member Mr. Ramjatan has said, it has found that the livelihoods of sugar workers who were laid off were severely compromised. Severely compromised. The document goes on to show that even years later, some of the workers are still employed at the time of being interviewed, while most who did find jobs were doing so on a part-time or seasonal basis. The whole document is here, yet the honorable member made it seem as if the closure of their estates. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, I must remind the House that the former president, Mr. Granger, appointed a commission of inquiry into the sugar industry. And that commission of inquiry advised that any closure of any estate would have catastrophic repercussions, not only in the sugar workers, but the entire country. And that was totally ignored because the APNU AFC have a tendency of feeling they know it all. And they're dismissive of any opinion that is different than theirs, as the example today, with an opinion that's different from them, from Mr. Schuman, an honorable member of this House and Deputy Speaker of the House. This is a trend in the DNA of the APNU AFC. They cannot take people with different views. Mr. Speaker, there was a quote too on the Norwegian consultant. Consult this document I'm reading from. Review of the Amila Falls Hydropower Project in Guyana, final report. This is dated 2016, December the 12th. And this is what it says. Mr. Speaker, on page 35 of 49, this is page 35. Mr. Speaker, it points out the table, and they have a table showing which were the options of Guyana: Amila, Kayachor, Truba, Upper Mass, Al Saru, and Okoblu. And they grade them in their suitability and ability to provide hydropower for Guyana. It says the table that Amila Falls was the most attractive project from a technical, economic point of view and from an environmental point of view. Yet people quoted Norwegian report and distorted and totally conveyed the wrong impression. Mr. Speaker, all of these documents, Mr. Speaker, I will lay over because I sincerely hope that the honorable members will read. Mr. Speaker, the conclusion on page 37 says, from a financial and economic point of view, the development of Mamaila Falls seems to be the optimal solution for meeting the electricity demand in Guyana, despite the risk. Mr. Speaker, I think I've shown enough that the level of intellectual opportunism and bankruptcy. But Mr. Speaker, I only named a few. One member got up yesterday and proposed mortgage relief from the opposition as if this was a new idea. But the honorable member didn't seem to read the budget, which is not surprising, because on page of the budget, it points out that the mortgage relief on page 92 of 101, I guess it was tiring reading so much, no? So that 92 of 2001, the mortgage relief proposal to increase it from 12 million to from 50 million to 20 million is right here. Obviously, the member never read it. Mr. Speaker, I use the phrase intellectual bankruptcy because how does one explain when those on the opposite side, meaning APNU AFC, cannot imagine a Guyana that is on the move, that is transformed to be a modern model nation with a low-carbon, diversified economy, with transportation links, a new city, Deepwater Harbor, a new suspension bridge across the Demerara River, a new bridge across the Corentyne River, where our people can live in new housing schemes and new emerging peri-urban and urban centers, where we can produce food so everyone can have a healthy diet, where our children and grandchildren can achieve their dreams, and when no one is left behind, and we care for the elderly and differently abled under the banner of One Guyana. Why is it so difficult for you to support that? You know, Mr. Speaker, it is that the problem, and I'll explain it, Mr. Speaker. I'll explain why APNU AFC has problems. They have fed themselves a diet of a vision, a view that is consumed with victimology, fear, division, and race. Mr. Speaker, I have wondered why they couldn't imagine this. And not only can't imagine it, adamantly refuse to be part of it, be part of this vision, and refuse to be part of the transformation process. But worse yet, they try to undermine the progress, to halt the progress by whatever means. My conclusions are that the APNU AFC and their mother party, the PNC, has never gone through soul searching to really understand their role. They have fed their supporters a diet for over 50 years of victimology, racial division, fear, and fiction and untruths that they cannot extricate themselves from and change course. They are so buried psychologically, physically, emotionally, intellectually in this morass that they've created over the 50 years that they don't know how to extricate themselves. They don't even comprehend that they apologize for all the wrongdoings, all the rigged elections, all the victimology of other Guyanese, of all the violence that was portrayed in this country, and the worst and most recent, the 2020 elections. They may have a hope for the future. They may have a chance for the future. No, of course not, they won't. They have fed their supporters this. But the problem is, Mr. Speaker, they've descended to such depths of inequity, of depravity, that the more the Guyanese people want progress, and the more the people respond to the government's programs, whether housing, gold, grow, win, part-time jobs, small business grants, black-bellied sheeps, whatever sheep, and roosters, whatever you call those roosters, they go into a tailspin. They don't know what to do except to pull the one card left in the pack. The one card left in the pack. And you know what that is? Race. And yet they refuse to recognize how isolated they are. That the people are moving forward and they're caught, stuck, going at some mileage that they can't even catch up with the people. People want to move forward in this country. They don't want to be dragged constantly into this unpalatable cauldron of venom and toxicity. This cauldron of venom and toxicity. Our people don't want to hear this. They've had enough. The speeches in this parliament, this budget, people are saturated. They don't want to hear it anymore. They want to go on with their lives, to have a house with some land, a car, that their kids are able to get good education and access jobs or create small businesses or farms and fish. They want some gainful economic activity. Mr. Speaker, that the women and young women are not being left behind in this country. You haven't even read the signal right about what women are doing in this country. You haven't read it right. You're off course because you're blinded. You're jaundiced. You're looking at the country and the people with jaundiced eyes because it's all race-baited. Mr. Speaker, 60% of the gold scholarships are women, the recipients. 44% of the household recipients are female small businesses. And Mr. Speaker, the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Index 2021 to 2022 Guyana ranks 35 out of 146 countries that was studied in the 2022. This is a significant improvement from a ranking of 53 in 2021. Imagine 18 spaces we jumped in 1 year. Imagine. How did we do that? Mr. Speaker, we rank 17th globally for legislators, senior officials, and managers. Our literacy rate is an exceptional level. Guyana is tied for first place for enrollment in both secondary and tertiary education under the World Economic Forum. Guyana's health and survival. Guyana is placed first for sex ratio at birth and also placed first on the global scale for life expectancy with other countries. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, who's coming later, and I'm sure he'll respond to me, on 19th of January in a press conference, says, Budget 2023 confirms that the government is clueless, incompetent, uncaring, and anti-poor. Goes on to say that the budget confirms that the government is more interested in serving its business colonies than in living the quality of the life of Guyanese people. He goes on to point out that PPP will not eliminate poverty, will not ensure that families can live comfortable and happy lives. And then, on the eve of the budget opening, the debate, on Monday, January the 16th, there's another press statement that comes out from the office of the PNC statement that says, Guyana has, for instance, and I'm quoting Mr. Speaker, one of the highest rates of poverty and inequality, infant mortality, maternal mortality, suicide, child malnutrition, and preventable deaths. Our country has one of the lowest levels of life expectancy, numeracy and literacy, education performance, and access to quality health care. These indicators are not abstract statistics. Mr. Speaker, I have presented you with statistics. The problem again with the opposition, it is just verbiage supported by nothing. It is sitting on quicksand. You cannot, because everything we're looking at data-wise, we have a long way to go. We're a small developing country. But we are making progress. And this is under the PPC because you took us back in the 5 years. You took hundreds and thousands of dollars from each family with all those taxation that you brought on our people and VAT for essential food items. And yet you come here sanctimoniously and pretend that you did a good job. Mr. Speaker, in access to finance, Guyana records near equal rights with women. And in terms of inheritance rights, women and daughters and widows in the report have equal rights. Mr. Speaker, again, more statistics. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC does not comprehend this forward and progressive movement of our people. In fact, as I said, they cannot comprehend it. It's unfathomable to them, while at the same time each of the MPs benefit from the measures the government has introduced, as they should. The people like the budget members. Our people like the budget measures. They understand these will bring benefits to their lives. And they want more and more, and they will. That is normal, and they will get more. But that they understand that the country is progressing. Just look around you, man. As I said, you come to the house with tainted glasses. You need new glasses. Maybe you should join Mr. Frank Anthony's eye care program and get your sight corrected. Because street lights are going up where they weren't any. Roads are going up where they weren't any. Bridges are going up where they weren't. Houses are going up. Just if you want to have an aerial view of the housing program, take a flight from Ogle and fly over Cummings Lodge and Industry. This is where you see progress. This is where, Mr. Speaker, our people will always want more. And we will produce, and we will give them as they deserve. But, Mr. Speaker, they know now, in 2023, that things are better and far, far, far better than under the APNU AFC. One member on the other side said the government had its boot on the necks of the people, government us. This was a Freudian slip, Mr. Speaker. It was the APNU AFC boot that was on the neck of the Guyanese people, that with 200 taxes took out $200,000 out of the pockets of each family, that scrapped the cash care program and took billions of dollars over their term of office out of the pockets of school children in our country. The country is alive. And the APNU AFC boot has been taken off the neck of the Guyanese people. Our people can breathe again, and they want to grasp the opportunities that are available to them. Mr. Speaker, the APNU AFC MPs came to this house and talked about friends and families and cronies. And my colleague Vikram showed how all of Guyanese are friends and families and new friends. But whilst the APNU AFC MPs desperately in much of their presentation was defending their record of government, they could not answer. If they had done all the things they claimed to have done, how come the Guyanese people rejected them at the electorate? How come they weren't brought back into government? Mr. Speaker, that's something they need to go and have a cathartic moment in their parties. Mr. Speaker, they calculatedly omitted to tell the House that their government had the highest level of executive lawlessness in the history of our nation, with consistent violations of the Constitution over the entire term of office, which escalated after the no-confidence motion and the 2020 elections, where the head of the OS Observer Mission, former Prime Minister Bruce Golding, reported to the OS Permanent Council in July 2020 that, quote, that he had never witnessed such a transparent effort to steal an election, unquote. The audit reports of 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019 are filled with case after case of breaches of the Procurement Act and financial regulations during the APNU time. The PPC report on the new Demar Harbor Bridge exposed the collusion of a minister and the entire cabinet to cancel a tender with over 20 foreign and local companies and give it the contract to a company that never bid and continued after the exposure, after the report of the PPC, to continue to pay that company an additional $126 million from the Demar Harbor Bridge Board. Seriously, you come here and try to play holier than thou? You come here trying to pretend that you're pure? Mr. Speaker, while I was in opposition, I probably had some more time than I may have now, but I compiled a list of scandals up to 2019, 57 scandals, Mr. Speaker. Please notice scandals with procurement, with executive lawlessness, with cronyism, and paying companies for money when they hadn't produced the work, etc., and paying their financiers. And regrettably, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of persons in this House who are involved in these things. Then, and some are before the courts. So let me leave that as it is. You know who you are, and we know who you are. Mr. Speaker, the April 2020, the Auditor General report did a special report which was tabled in the House called COVID-19 Pandemic Assistance Voucher Program. That was tabled in this House, and it deals with the period of April 2020 when COVID came along, and that what efforts the government supposedly did to bring relief to our people. I wish to remind you that you had to go and register at the Burnham Institute in, what's it called that place, Kwame? Opposite Cultural Center, which was the former president's home, which he donated as the Burnham Institute. People had to apply there for the vouchers. What did the audit report find? Number one, people, and I'm reading, Mr. Speaker, I'm reading, quoting, page, italics 3. This is in the executive summary. People who needed assistance were denied. Over 9,000 of the 11,000 qualified applicants did not receive vouchers. Mr. Speaker, out of 9,000 out of 11,000 never got the money. And officials have not explained why. The program excluded persons in the hinterland regions. Instead, they promised hampers. Number two, payments worth millions were not verified. Vouchers totaling 56 million were not checked before paying supplies. This weakness could have resulted in overpayment to suppliers and eligible persons not given much needed relief. Three, vouchers not used were left unsecured. Over 3,000 unused vouchers valued at least $90 million were unsecured on a desk. On a desk. As a result, the vouchers could have been easy access and used to obtain supplies. And it goes on to talk about the weak information data system to track and to keep records of what happened. This, of course, I'm sure will become an issue at the PAC. Mr. Speaker, what is clear? Mr. Speaker, they said repeatedly in this House that they came in and there was no money. Again, intellectual bankruptcy. Because we left, and all the Bank of Guyana and all the reports show that $780 million of foreign currency reserves were left in May 2015. And by 2020, August, it was down to around 200 million US dollars. Where the money gone? What did you do with it? You don't trouble your reserves. You're very careful with your foreign currency reserves. In fact, you're supposed to have you try to keep at least 3 months reserves in stock for a rainy day. Mr. Speaker, the other area that preserves us, helps us to have a rainy day and to save and to hold on to money. There's the gold reserve scandal, Mr. Speaker. I see someone writing all the time in the paper as part of the gold board. Sanctimonious as usual. But there's a gold reserve scandal. These are our assets of the people, our savings for a rainy day. We left 13 billion Ghana dollars worth of gold reserves. And Mr. Speaker, by 2020, it was less than 200 million Ghana dollars. And you know what it is? You know what they did? They took the money, the gold, and they sold it when the gold price was lowest on the world market. Lowest on the world market. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the height of incompetence, the height of irresponsible leadership. You took the two pillars that we have in case of instability, in case of exogenous factors that you can fall back on, and they exploited it. They squandered it with very little of a trail left. Mr. Speaker, the procurement laws, in contrast, Mr. Speaker, in contrast, the procurement laws have been upheld and the constitutional oversight bodies, the Audit Office of Ghana and the PPC are functioning. The judiciary is functioning. The Parliament office is functioning. The legislators are a different issue. The APNU AFC claim they got there with this race card that Indo-Guyanese are getting contracts.
Honorable Minister, I have to play the time card. You need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the honorable member be granted a 5 minutes extension.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to conclude.
They talk about Indo-Guyanese getting contracts and pointing to this apartheid that they like to refer to. But Mr. Speaker, I have a question. I sit in cabinet, I see contracts coming out. How am I to know that a company name ABC and JW and NNS or ABC? How do I know the ethnicity of a company? How does one deal with the ethnicity of a company? I mean, this opportunism, bankruptcy, intellectual opportunism is so offensive. So offensive. As far as I'm concerned, and if you go to the thousands of small contracts at the local government level, regional and ministerial tender boards, contracts are given to all ethnic groups of a right to bid and be considered, and if responsive, they get the contract. Mr. Speaker, they make fun and make light of the increase on the threshold from 75 to 85. But this will bring for all taxpayers by the relief of deducting $85,000 for those of you who earn more than $85,000, over $1 million in relief in taxation. Mr. Speaker, they say there's nothing in the budget. And I can predict that when Mr. Norton gets up, the quotes I gave from the press statements will be the line he carries. Nothing there. Nothing to deal with poverty. Nothing to deal with this. The race card will be pulled out, and the cronies will be pulled out. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, they lack any comprehension of how the economy works, and the budget's measures bring relief. I ask the honorable members to look at an excellent article in the Mirror newspaper by Dr. Leslie Ramsamy on the budget and the measures that affect the Guyanese people. And you will hear our luminaries coming afterwards, particularly my dear friend, Dr. Ashney, who will tell you how the measures, we are giving billions of dollars into the pockets of people. Unlike what you did, you took money out of people's pockets. We are putting money back in. And we've done it in 2020, 21, 22, 23, and for the next 20 years when we stay in government. Mr. Speaker, hope and optimism. Why don't they get it? 600 companies have been registered with the local content secretariat. 1,000 small contractors have been encouraged and assisted to get registered and bid for small contracts across the country. Each of these small contractors, 1,000 of them, hire at least 5 people. Creates jobs. 1,200 small grants, according to my colleague, Minister Waldron, received from small business in 2022. 40% increase than before. The Amerindian village councils, no matter what Mr. Henry says, are being given contracts to build roads and infrastructure in communities. And Waramadan has a contract, the same region where Upper Maz, where the honorable member comes from, to build a new primary school. And they're doing it. Mr. Speaker, everywhere you go, there's change. The architecture is changing. The landscape of each village, each area, each part of this country is changing rapidly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the level of race and racial innuendos was sickening in this debate. Deliberately putting one area of the country and one ethnic group against each other is reprehensible. They cast empty barrels around, dropping laced comments about discrimination, but they refuse to bring one single case of such. Mr. Speaker, the people know you better than you know yourselves. They know you better than you know yourselves because they've experienced you from 1964 to 1992. They've experienced you from 15 to 2020. But they also experienced you in 2011 when you got the one seat more and we were in government. They saw you cut $90 billion out of the budget for the Amerindia Development Fund, for airstrips, for salaries for public servants. They saw all of that. So I repeat, the people know you better than you know yourselves. Mr. Speaker, this is a visible, accessible, accountable, communicative government to all Guyanese. We are based on a policy of inclusivity and participation. And we brought in new initiatives, such as Men on Mission, for example, to fight domestic violence. Why aren't you standing with us? This is not, as Priya Manik-Chan said, a political issue. Presidential Youth Advisory Council to involve young people across this country in learning to take on leadership and solve issues. The National Resource Fund, which has been congratulated by the IMF as we amended it in last year to allow for participant oversight. The Leader Opposition has to name his person on one committee. I'm not afraid that he's done that yet. The 2 names came from the parliamentary committee as required. But Mr. Speaker, The one thing is that this issue of our oil revenue comes here. And we never touched the money, until that act was brought back and passed in this House in 2022. You don't think it might have been tempting? If it was in your hands, you would have gone with it already. But, Mr. Speaker, I predict I can know. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a Farsi. As they say in Creole, I'm not a Farsi. Not meaning Farsi, meaning I can see in the future. But I do say today, when the leader opposition speaks, and I'm followed by Mrs. Hughes and Mrs. Valder Lawrence, that we will continue to hear the three witches turning the cauldron. We will hear the three witches stirring the cauldron. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn, and cauldron bubble. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is the Honorable Member, Ms. Catherine Hughes. Honorable Member, at 11:53, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is ironic how life is, because for the in this parliament and in the previous parliament, in the long wee hours of the morning, I have seen a red-headed witch flying through the chambers. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start by giving a warm welcome to Letitia from the Black Panther movies, and I say to her, welcome, welcome to beautiful Guyana. Mr. Speaker, once again, I am here to address this honorable House on another budget. This time, our 2023 national budget, improving lives, building prosperity for tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, I am fortunate to have heard this morning at 8:55, the Honorable Bobby on his 104 program, who reminded us, ignore loud and aggressive persons, for they are a vexation to the spirit. And therefore, the honorable member that has an inferiority complex when it comes to me, I feel sorry for you. I know the challenges of size, and I expect you to behave the way you do. I want to ask the Honorable President to make sure that the Most Honorable Kwame McCoy is part of that mission of men that we support. Mr. Speaker, let me start by recognizing that the preparation of any national budget, especially one of this size, is no easy task. I recognize the long hours of work undertaken by the staff of the Ministry of Finance and you, Honorable Minister Ashley Singh, and most importantly, the families of staff members who have endured many hours of their loved ones working overtime to fashion this budget. To all of them, I say thank you. As I stand here to address this august House in my British accent, thank God I am proud of the strong Guyanese education that taught me to speak properly. All right here in Guyana. I would like to think that my immediate response to that comment about a British accent would be to just laugh in the face of such pettiness at this critical juncture in our history. But I can't because it hurts me to think that in this day and age, we are still quibbling over a distraction. so as not to address the real issues. One might also assume that I do not appreciate the efforts that have been made to put together this budget, that maybe for the first time in our history has behind it the resources to provide for our people in ways that we could never have thought of before. I do appreciate the effort, though woeful it is, but my overriding response is a deep disappointment that this opportunity to really give our country and our people what they've waited so long for is an opportunity lost. I cannot but weep for my people, the people of Guyana, who had hoped that they would see more in this budget, a true understanding of any government, the need to put their people first, to see that the benefits gained from the oil boom could create real-time transformation in people's lives. I had earnestly hoped that this budget would showcase a change of thinking on the part of the PPPC, that they would see what could be done with the resources we now have available, and that they would have the moral inclination to do so. Alas, all to no avail. In addition to the lack of understanding of the needs of the Guyanese population that has been highlighted in this budget presentation, is the willingness to defend its inaccuracies with a state of inaccuracies and, in some cases, outright lies that are mind-boggling, to say the least. Our aim as elective representatives of our people is to ensure that we provide the means for every last one of them to live full lives, to have access to quality health care, education, the means to earn a living, provide for them a dignified old age, and to use the country's resources towards that purpose. So, on behalf of my people, the people of Guyana, the questions I must ask are these. How does this budget contribute to better lives for our people? How does it improve education and healthcare? How does it allow our people to have the resources to live comfortably? How does it add dignity to the lives of the elderly? Mr. Speaker, this budget has the responsibility to articulate a vision for Guyana, and this is what we're not seeing. What will the country look like in 5 years, in 10 years? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, a real vision cannot be found amongst the collection of large infrastructure projects thrown together. Mr. Speaker, there are few truths that I hope we all can agree on in this room, regardless of the hostilities, the vitriol, the lack of respect, and downright verbal abuse hurled especially to us women in this honorable house. The first truth is that regardless of which side of the house we sit, any government in office in Guyana from now on will be able to have money to spend on the medium and long term. The gods have given us that gift, and we are thankful. The question is, how do we prioritize the welfare of all our citizens, our children, our pensioners, those with special needs? And how does this budget treat these groups? This must be our number one consideration. Mr. Speaker, this budget is set at 781.9 billion. The first budget to benefit from 31.3 billion from the sale of credit carbons, along the transfer of 2.8.9 billion from the National Resource Fund. Real GDP grew by 25.1%. The US dollar has been relatively stable over the last 2 years and even before. All good, Mr. Speaker. All good, Mr. Junior Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, as I am fair in my assessment of the positive nature of these indicators, I want to give credit where it's due. A failing highlighted during these budgets. Mr. Speaker, no matter how you cut it, our nation would be sitting in a totally different place had the APNU AFC coalition not pushed the development of our oil and gas industry, as any good government was expected to. What is sad, Mr. Speaker, is the minister's constant tirade that he collected a damaged economy. Mr. Speaker, at this point in time, I want to remind us all how this economy was ticking as far back as 2018. The rep
Honorable member, just give me 1 minute. Member, Mr. McCoy, Honorable Minister, you're in my right ear. I can't help but hear you. So if you could tone down what you want to say and be a bit more effective in it. I'm just getting now overly annoyed with the shouting from you. You get back your time, honorable member. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I wanted to remind the junior minister of how strong our economy was in 2015. And these are the words of the International Monetary Fund. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be sharing all these documents with the Parliament. And this is what it says. Ghana's economic growth strengthened in 2018 with broad-based expansion across all major sectors. Real GDP growth grew by 4.1%. And then it goes on to say, production, which was largely financed by direct foreign investments, petroleum sector, public finance, improved in 28 as the central government deficit came in at 3.5% of GDP, lower than the budgeted 5.4, and it goes on. Economic growth increased. The medium-term prospects are very favorable as oil production is on schedule to begin in early 2020. We started in 2019. And there's the director saying that the management of Ghana's oil wealth and the emphasis they need to complement it. They are commended that the National Resource Fund framework aims to save some of the resources. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to spend more time, but to say there was no bankrupt economy in 2018. So, Mr. Speaker, and this is where I want to say that, since assuming office, I want to quote page 1 by the Honorable Minister, who I see had to get up and leave, and that's okay. I know how that feels. Since assuming office, our government set about the task of repairing the deep and lasting damage caused by 5 years of misrule and mismanagement. Now, what's good is that he introduced to this parliament the term intellectual dishonesty. And it's interesting that the minister himself is a victim of his own intellectual dishonesty. So, Mr. Speaker, the shouts that nothing was done have been resounding. But as I said, the facts are here on the emergence of Guyana's oil and gas industry, which the APNO AFC so carefully charted so that all Guyanese could reap the benefits. And in terms, we know that the road to first oil 2015 to 2019, I want to mention some of the things that we achieved in those 4 short years with less money to spend and restrictions on spending money. We strengthened the GGMC, GRA, EPA, signed a new agreement, a production license, established the EITI, established a Department of Energy, and even created the very first GIPEX oil conference. A big oil conference. We keep hearing that it's the first time. We did it in 2018. 650 persons paid to come. And that was when we were in government. We signed bilateral partnerships, MOUs for training, and got support from the World Bank, IDB, IMF, the Chatham House, the Royal Institute, the Oxford University. It goes on. Tons of work was done, Mr. Speaker, by hard-working, committed Guyanese. It's time we give credit where it's due. Mr. Speaker, I note that in 2016, our inflation rate was 1.4, 2017, 1.5, 2018, 1.6, 2019, 0.1, by the same government that supposedly mismanaged the economy. Today, it's a whopping 7.2% and rising as the food cost highlights. prudent management of the inflation rate. Mr. Speaker, if we look at Appendix 6 in the budget, of course, it talks about our public debt. And I don't want to list all the figures because of time, but I just want to say in 2018, it was 1.79 billion, and by this year, we expect it to be 4.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, the minister states on page 26, since returning to office, we invested over 10 billion in plant and equipment. This year, sugar gets over 4 billion. And yet, Mr. Speaker, when the coalition was in power and so-called mismanaged the industry, in 2019, 92,282 tons of sugar was produced. And in 2022, under the excellent management of Mr. Singh, the PPPC could barely produce 47,000 tons. This does not make a lot of business sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to repeat the pain our citizens are experiencing with the high cost of living. We've heard the present cost of items in the basic bread basket of goods. And I'm asking, is this really the best we could do? This fastest growing economy in the world, one of them. The best we could do, Mr. Speaker, is to give the pensioners $5,000 increase. Mr. Speaker, allow me to directly show good quality depends. A bill for $4,000. And I know depends can be bought cheaper in Guyana. But it was a pensioner that said to me, Miss Cathy, we buy this one because it lasts a little longer. So your $5,000 increase would be spent on 18 depends. And maybe we could throw in a bottle of Ensure for the pensioners. Is that the best we can do? Mr. Singh, Honorable Minister Ashley Singh, you and this PPP government have given the pensioners nothing really. And that's why we had recommended 50%, 50,000. Our persons with special needs, whom the Minister of Education boasts we're going to do more for, which is good. They get an increase of $2,000. Really, Mr. Speaker? That is actually 2 taxi drops, assuming you're living in Georgetown. If you're living anywhere near Herstelling, it would be 2,000 or 2,500, depending on the time of day. Mr. Speaker, there has been much debate about the future of education, and I am strong and I support the programs that are going to improve the ability to give a higher quality education to our students. But Mr. Speaker, we have been told, but we have to ask, how come with a budget of over 700 billion, we have to wait until 2025 for the students, the university students, to get a little something? Mr. Speaker, could we give them a 50% reduction in the fees? Get creative, work together, maybe arrange a 25% rebate, something to help the students in these difficult times. How can we justify putting 4 billion into sports? And I'm a strong supporter of sports. How can we support and justify 4 billion in sports and a little over 3 billion for the University of Guyana, the premier institution where we and the private sector expect our qualified Guyanese students to come out of from, especially given the local content requirements. 5 of the 8 faculties at UG are science-based. Within the Faculty of Social Sciences, there are 12 different disciplines. How do you justify gold scholarship programs, getting about half of UG's budget with no physical infrastructure of that size to work with. Mr. Speaker, politics should never intrude on our educational capabilities. The Learning Channel, quite possibly, is the most important mass education tool for the primary and secondary education process, education in Guyana, and it must be commended. But this entity has been unable to reach its full potential because it continues to be constrained by nepotism and limited thinking. Why should someone who is related to the sitting Minister of Education be running that facility with no broadcast experience and no education background? These are the issues that continue to plague us, and these are the issues that have to be addressed. Mr. Speaker, we could have used the opportunity of these debates to discuss these issues. Mr. Speaker, how is it possible that the APNU AFC coalition, at a time when there were no oil reserves, was able to make permanent salary increases in wages and salaries for teachers, nurses, doctors, the defense services, police, and security forces? It moved from 39,570 in 2015, and again, I don't want to spend time on that, but it moved from just over 39,000 to 70,000 by 2019, a 77% increase. Mr. Speaker, I want Guyanese to understand what I'm saying. I'm making a distinction between putting and increasing your minimum salary and as opposed to one-off cash grants. I want Guyanese to understand that if you were receiving a minimum wage of 39,570 in 2015, and you then started to get, by 2019, 70,000, it means you were getting an extra 30,430 every month before tax. Imagine by the end of the year, you would have received approximately, roughly, don't knock me down fit, $365,000 extra. Now do you understand, Guyanese, how small that 35,000 one-off cash grant really is? We recommended taking the minimum wage to 100,000. Don't the poorest Guyanese have rent or a mortgage, family, electricity, and all those costs to pay? Mr. Speaker, what is of great concern, which is reflected in this budget, is the government's propensity to provide cash grants instead of increasing wages and salary. And what exactly is a cash grant? I want everybody to understand we're in support of cash grants, but it must be a top up. Because guess what? You can't take a cash grant to a bank. You can't use a cash grant that is unpredictable and subjected to the whims and the fancies of this government to give it to you. You can do very little long term with it. So these are the fundamental problems. Mr. Speaker, on the tourism development front, I want to say that what is important, what we have to look at long term with regards to our long term plans for economic development is that information must be driven by data, right? All of us in this house, including the private sector, must be given the opportunity to interrogate that data. Mr. Speaker, I asked the question to the Honorable Minister of Tourism. What is the data that we can use that supports the decision to place a much anticipated hospitality training school 6 hours away from the geographical area of our new hotels? All the new hotels are going to be on the coast. And yet, we're asking that investor to work out residential accommodation for his staff to be able to go to the hospitality school, which we know is an important institution. I worked and did studies on that also. So why would you give a potential investor that burden when we know they want to ensure that their staff can go on with on-the-job training? And that's why I say to this honorable house, why not an urban area, is a totally unacceptable answer. Bring the data, Mrs. Minister. It's the same kind of thinking and lack of data that allowed us to create a synthetic track in a location where our data does not show the majority of our athletes do not come from, and the athletes that can use it have to take 2 buses each way. Mr. Speaker, I want to note that when it comes to some sectors, reductions have been huge. Gold is a classic example, where the earnings were 876.6 million by 2022, but had fallen to 80.30 million. Mr. Speaker, sadly, one of the problems we've had in this debate, these debates, has been the gross inaccuracy deliberately voiced and spurted out here. And one of those is that of the Guyana Forestry Commission. We heard the Junior Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture, and others speak of the APNU AFC bankrupting the Forestry Commission. Mr. Speaker, again, nothing could be further from the truth. The report of the Forensic Audit and Review of the Guyana Forestry Commission, dated December 31st, 2015, by Anand Gulsaran on page 8, informs us of a totally different position. And I quote, during the period 2006 to 2010, the Commission made payments to other state agencies totaling 1.28 billion out of its retained earnings. Of this amount, 2 payments totaling 600 million were made to NISIL to meet the cost of the 2007 World Cup, to assist in the construction of the Marriott, and another 600 million transferred to the governor of the Bank of Guyana as the liquidator for the Colonial Life Insurance, CLICO. So you see where that money went prior to 2015. And at section 22(1) of the Act, we're reminded the Act prohibits the Commission from making a loan or any grant except for the purposes of carrying on the functions of the Commission. Despite that, a grant of US 600,000 was made to the Irakrama International Center. Now, I'm a strong supporter of the Irakrama. I have visited several times, encourage my family when they come to go and visit. However, let's not talk about violating the law when you are doing it yourself. 1.36, the Commission's main operating bank account, was overdrawn by 90.2 million by the 31st of May 2015. And the interest was 489,204,000. That's what we're talking about. Mr. Speaker, I want to go also to this report that was tabled in this house, signed away, I think it's called. What a collection of, I won't say what it is. But I am going to ask the Parliament to share this information. The Honorable Minister on this side, Minister Rodriguez, came here and pontificated about the Global Witness Report. She stressed the C word. You know the C word, right? We can't say it, but you know. That's it, right. She stressed the C word. But what she did not do is state that Global Witness themselves withdrew their report, and that Forbes magazine did a story on the withdrawal of that report. So the information is here, and we may have forgotten our own Guyana Oil Now. Global Witness withdraws report on Guyana. It's right here. And then from Global Witness, it said, statement on the withdrawal of the Global Witness report on Guyana's oil sector. Our February 2020 report on Guyana's oil sector, signed away, is not consistent with that focus. And for this reason, we've decided to remove it from our website and stop using it in our campaigning work. We regret any unintended negative consequences arising from this report. And then the assessment that Forbes magazine, the very reputable Forbes magazine, made on this, and let me quote, this is Forbes magazine. Yet on closer examination of the report, right? Forbes magazine, the allegations do not really stand up. Global Witness states repeatedly and unequivocally that it found no evidence of wrongdoing by ExxonMobil or any of the government ministers. Imagine that. And this is what Forbes magazine says. In the end, just a few hours of analysis reveals the Global Witness report for what it is: an ideologically motivated attack piece aimed at some of the biggest players in the oil and gas industry, and I will add the former government, right? Which, given the group's history, comes at no surprise at all. Mr. Speaker, we all know that mercury was contracted and Global Witness was just one of the many deliverables. And our vice president said publicly it was money well spent. Mr. Speaker, I would like to now look quickly at the area for which I was responsible as former Minister of Public Telecommunications. And I want to look at this because I listened in horror as the Minister of Amerindian Affairs came to this house, stood at this podium, and uttered a battery of untruths. Mr. Speaker, it was disingenuous at least and downright dishonest at worst to suggest that nothing was done in this sector under the last administration.
Honorable member, the dishonest to be withdrawn, but before I ask that you get an additional 5 minutes, you
you.
had, you had,
Comrades, my apologies.
I said
Comrade-
before,
Comrades-
you had made a statement that the Honorable Minister Manning Chan had hired her relative at the Learning Channel. I would also need you to produce that evidence. Honorable Member, Mr. Jones.
Thank you. Comrade Chairman, I move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Member, clock starts at 12:25.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw that word and just say that the former minister was mendacious in her utterings when she stood at this program. Mr. Speaker, she spoke about finding a variety of tablets and batteries. Remember that? At a location in Diamond. And this is where I would like to submit also the audit of the one laptop per family project. And Mr. Speaker, item 7. Our procedures revealed that the management was unable to account for an additional 1,875 laptops costing $109 million plus, right? Laptops acquired by purchase or grant were a total of 55,145. Some 5,136 were either stolen or defective. The total cost was 1.6 million. And Mr. Speaker, lots of those were left in a location. And I have a feeling that that's the same location she's referring to. Mr. Speaker, I don't have to talk about training over 4,000 students, about creating over 170 ICT hubs, connecting ministries, setting up satellite VSAT dishes. I want to comment very quickly on a comment that the Minister of Finance made when he talked about the hinterland poor and remote ICT project languishing. That's the word, languishing. And believe it or not, that project we signed the MOU and also their photographs online of the former Minister of Finance signing with Mikiko Tanaka, the former UN representative. We worked with Khadija Musa since 2016 when the ministry was created. So don't come and say nothing was done. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, what I want to say is that my presentation is not an indictment on what was done, but it really is a hope that we can search for common ground. Let us all understand how we're failing our people. Because, Mr. Speaker, an eye for an eye will just make us all blind. I could mention, of course, the fiber optic cable. And I just want to remind people of the figures. 13 billion wasted. Not a cent of this cable anywhere between Linden to Latham, managed by the son of a former president. Mr. Speaker, I will lay over that report too. Mr. Speaker, we have allowed race and politics to divide our country to our own detriment. And if we don't see that the world is watching on and laughing as our resources are depleted for the benefits of others, then these days of debates would be an exercise in futility, another wasted opportunity. Surely, Mr. Speaker, our ability to understand history, the challenges that hate and conflict bring to our country, should encourage us to be able to meet in a different way, encourage dialogue, and to come to some common ground. Mr. Speaker, we've all made mistakes in the past, and we understand the challenges any government may face in the search for lasting solutions. I am not here to put down the efforts to craft this budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, one of the rallying cries in this House has been the chance of rigged elections. And we maybe don't realize that that perpetuates a stereotype that one ethnicity is responsible for the damage that was done to our electoral process, when we all know that it was an incompetent GCOM that failed to deliver on a good election, and up to today is not willing to examine its administrative processes. Mr. Speaker, these are the things that we must be honest enough and bold enough to have a conversation on. Mr. Speaker, I want to close with a quote from the Most Honorable Lee Kuan Yew. A nation is great, not by size alone. It is the will, the cohesion, the stamina, the discipline of its people, and the quality of its leaders which will ensure it an honorable place in history. Mr. Speaker, we on this side look forward to creating and contributing.
Honorable member, I see the honorable member Ms. Valda Lawrence on the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and sorry to interrupt the member. But I hear the honorable member and minister, what's his name?
Yes,
Forte,
the
Mr.
point of order.
McCoy, shouting out Mrs.
I
Maya's
don't,
name in this
I,
parliament,
honorable
Mr.
member, I
Speaker.
don't see
And
that
this
as a
is
point of
happening
order,
over and
but I
over
have
again
already,
with people who are not here.
I have already named the minister already. Honorable Member Ms. Hughes.
Sorry, can I just read the quote again? Huh? Yeah? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was closing, I'm urging that we can work together, and I wanted to end with this quote from Lee Kuan Yew. A nation is great not by its size alone. It is the will, the cohesion, the stamina, the discipline of its people, and the quality of its leaders, which ensure it an honorable place in history. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the fence, this side of this most honorable house, are committed to helping to ensure that Guyana becomes the next Singapore in the Caribbean for the benefit, though, of all her citizens. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Guyana.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr.
And
Speaker, I'm kindly asking for the floor. I am
now
connected on.
for the Honorable Attorney
Mr. Speaker, I'm
General
kindly
and
asking
Minister of
for
Legal Affairs, the Honorable Member Mr. Anil Nandalal, and
this system has failed.
The election petition that you filed was thrown out. I will tell you about it. And that is what was important about the case. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity is now mine to offer a few remarks on the 2023 budget. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by offering my warm congratulations to my venerable brother, the distinguished Minister of Finance, and his industrious staff for preparing and presenting the third installment of our government's fiscal plan and developmental agenda for this financial year in the form of Budget 2023. Mr. Speaker, much to the incomprehension of those on the other side, the honorable members, Budget 2023 was not crafted in abstract. In the year 2020, the People's Progressive Party Civic went to the electorate with a 5-year development plan. We explained that plan to the electorate, and we asked the electorate that if they support that plan, then elect us to government and we will implement that plan. And elect us they did, Mr. Speaker, and we are implementing the third installment of that plan. Mr. Speaker, the manifesto that we went to the people with, I have it in my hand. And if I am only to look at the front page of that manifesto, it contains certain promises which we went to the electorate with. And I will, Mr. Speaker, just go through briefly as a report card in relation to those promises. The first one, removal of taxes on cell phone and data. We delivered that in 2021. 20,000 online scholarships. This is a 5-year promise. We delivered over half in 2.5 years. And we will pass the 20,000 mark this year. Mr. Speaker, reversal of 200 taxes and fees. Delivered, done. 40,000 per month in old age pension in our 3rd year. We are at $42,000. We are going to surpass this in the 5-year period. Reversal of VAT on electricity, water, food, and medical supplies. Delivered. Restoration of electricity and water subsidies to pension. Delivered. 50,000 because we care cash grant, we are at 40,000 in the third year. Creation of 50,000 new jobs. We have put the sugar workers back. We have put the 2,000 CSOs back. We have put the 30,000 persons that you dismissed. And we have created thousands of jobs in the oil and gas sector and all the other sectors in the country. A plan to reduce crime, Mr. Speaker. I have here what the crime chief said, November the 17th, 2022. Crime chief says serious crime has dropped by 19% last year. And I have what the commissioner of police said in December the 17th, 2022, cops record 30% decrease in serious crimes in Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, free education from nursery to university, it will be delivered in the 5-year period. 50,000 low-income house lots, we have already delivered 20,500, and we have 11 more thousand to deliver this year. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't operate in government in abstract. We have a plan as responsible leaders. This is what we agree with the electorate, and we are delivering in accordance with this manifesto. Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is the approach displayed by the honorable members on that side. Every speaker on our government presented cogent and compelling case. It means that you see nothing good in the budget. And that, Mr. Speaker, is worrying. But the irreconcilable difference.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on point of order.
Honorable Deputy.
Yes, I apologize to the Deputy Speaker. And for the remainder of my presentation, I exclude you, sir. Sir, the members on the other side have displayed the difference in philosophy. And it characterized their conduct in government. It is characterizing their conduct in their own political party, as I will demonstrate. And it is characterizing their conduct here. Mr. Speaker, we have crafted this budget in a sustainable way. Great references have been made to the oil wealth, and they would like for us to spend it all today. But that is not our philosophy. Our philosophy is to spend to make today better, but to make tomorrow greater. And that is the philosophy that guides this budget. Mr. Speaker, those on the other side prefers instant gratification. Our budget team, it says it reflects our philosophy. Improving lives today, building prosperity for tomorrow. The other side would prefer the budget team to read, spend all today, and to hell with tomorrow. That is the philosophy. And Mr. Speaker, unwittingly, it came out yesterday afternoon in the presentation of the honorable member from region number 8, Mr. Richard Sinclair. Honorable member, what he did yesterday was a very revealing thing. He used the total population and divided it by the value of the budget, and he boldly declared that every citizen in Guyana should get over $1 million. Forget the developmental plan, just share out the whole budget. That is the philosophy, Mr. Speaker. That is the philosophy. Mr. Speaker, no, don't build anything. Let us spend and let us spend. Mr. Speaker, it is the same. The Vice President said last week, the Vice President said last week that the big picture of Budget 2023 is lost on the opposition. Well, the Vice President was wrong. Every picture is lost on the opposition. They're coming up blank, 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 like the Torte Blank checks. And they will tell us, Mr. Speaker, that that's PNC business. But let me tell you what is important. As long as you pose and present yourself, unfortunately, as the alternative government, PNC business is the public business. And that type of conduct, signing of Torte Blank checks, characterized and typified your performance in government.
Has no place in government.
And has no place in good governance and accountability.
No place.
I had, like most of you, I had the benefit of listening to that recorded telephone conversation, and I heard the treasurer, the poor fellow was complaining. He said, my God, I've never signed my name so much. I forget how to sign my name. And one honorable member from the front bench, I heard his voice distinctly. All he could say is, wow, 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 wow. I thought I was listening to a siren. After a time, I thought I was listening to a siren.
And what was my...
It was one wow per check, 30 wows. And you come to lecture us here on good governance, and that is what you're doing in your own party?
What did Mahipal say?
Mahipal said we have to take it to the leadership. Mahipal was smart enough to record the conversation.
Honorable AG Mahipal is somebody outside of the house? Oh, okay.
Most honorable member. In fact, I have to give him credit. He was very honorable in that conversation. Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
So when they come here to talk about accountability, the people of Guyana must be reminded. Because as I said, it typified their conduct in government. That is why they saw nothing wrong in giving a contract to rent a building in Almoystong, a house, for $12 million to a friend, throwing the procurement process aside. Mr. Speaker, the gentleman bought the house for $20 million, and he received 3 months rent in advance, $36 million, before the tenancy commenced. That is how they dealt with public monies. It is a philosophy, Mr. Speaker. It is a philosophy. And let us take incompetence. They have come here, yes, tenant of the last speaker. You heard all the high-sounding notes from the last speaker, but we didn't hear about the tenancy. But Mr. Speaker, they came here and they lectured us about incompetence. I can't speak to every minister. I can't speak to every minister between 2015 to 2020. But let us deal with the Attorney General that they imposed upon us. Let us deal with him. That was a gentleman whose incompetence was unparalleled in any part of planet Earth. Mr. Speaker, imagine he was supposed to be the legal advisor to the government, and within the first year, the government had to end up hiring 6 legal advisors for him. And you are coming here to tell us about incompetence? Mr. Speaker, again, it reflects a mindset. You had a president who felt that he was above the law, and his Attorney General said that to the court. And I'm going to give you examples. When President Granger revoked the Red House lease unlawfully, his Attorney General went to the court and says the president is above the law.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
I rise on
Holder.
Standing Order 41 content of speech. Forty-one, 41.7, the President's name shall not be used to influence the Assembly. I submit to you that the Honorable Member is using
Hold 1 minute, 1 second, AG.
That is the philosophy I'm talking about. They don't.
Thank you. Honorable Member Mr. Holder, I think that standing order refers to the sitting president.
Obviously, Mr. Speaker.
So I cannot uphold the point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I can recall in your previous rulings that if he's not here to defend himself, then the honorable member should not be mentioning his name.
Yeah. But we're talking about the policies.
I'm talking about track record in government, which I must be able to say. I must be able to talk about that in a budget debate.
And Honorable AG, you must allow me to rule
Yes, of
and
course,
then
sir.
give you the floor. Okay, you may continue now, Honorable.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I was speaking about a philosophy that was reflected in policy and behavior on that side. And the president at the time felt that he was above the law. So he unlawfully rescinded a 50-year-old lease for the Red House. And his attorney general went to the court and said that the president is above the law, that he can't be sued. He's not answerable to any court. The court overruled him. He did not learn. The president then rescinded 50 rice farmers' leases at MMA. He went to the court again and he argued that the president is above the law. The court overruled him. He did not learn. The president unlawfully appointed James Patterson to head GCOM. And he went to the court again and he said that the president is above the law, and the court overruled him. And Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, he did not learn still. Only this week, he went to the CCJ and he told them that he's above the law, and they chased him out. Look at this. No one is above.
Yeah, but Honorable AG, I don't think the CCJ chased anybody out. I think you could use better language.
The CCJ summarily disposed of him by reaffirming that no one is above the law. The CCJ tell Basil Williams before dismissing his application. The people must know the level of incompetence that this nation had to endure. And then you on that side coming here to lecture us about competence in government. Mr. Speaker, and rightfully so, I must give you credit. You saw the disaster that he was and you replaced him. But you replaced him with Honorable Member Ford. And your fortunes have not fared better. Mr. Speaker, I can't go through case by case, but let us take the two most important cases. That is their two elections petition. Mr. Speaker, when they filed the petition, Mr. Ford boldly held a press conference in front of the High Court. And he told the nation that by these two petitions, the PPP will be removed from office in 6 months. Well, Mr. Speaker, in 6 months, both of his petitions were dismissed, and the PPP is here 2.5 years later, stronger and better than ever. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us about incompetence. Mr. Speaker, the honorable members on that side have once again resumed that discredited narrative of accusing this government of extrajudicial killing. The honorable member Coretta MacDonald stood there at that podium and alleged that the families of the Henry boys, of Harry Singh, of Quindon Bacchus, and Orrin Boston are still waiting for justice. And you hear the echo, yes. It is the philosophy, Mr. Speaker. What the honorable member has omitted to tell the House is that 2 persons have been charged and committed for murder for the Henry boys. A preliminary inquiry was held and they were committed to the High Court. 4 persons were charged for the death of Harish Singh and they did a PI and they have been committed to stand trial. 3 officers have already been charged after an independent investigation was done by the Police Complaints Authority in relation to the death of Quinton Bacchus, and the cases are going on in the court. A SWAT constable was charged with manslaughter in relation to Orrin Boston. And Mr. Speaker, they would come here and they would create that subtle racial message that the PPP government is unleashing a police force against them. That is the subtle message of racism. And Mr. Speaker, we know what they caused as a result of some of these killings. The violence on the roadways of West Coast Maurice, the robbery, the vandalism, the arson, the destruction of properties. And on the east coast of Demerara, the robbery of hundreds and the destruction of properties going into the millions is as a result of some of these deaths. Mr. Speaker, I consulted with the police force and I got the statistics and I will share it with the Parliament that between 2015 to 2020, before August, 41 persons died in police custody or at the hands of the police, almost 8 per year while you were in government. We never alleged extrajudicial killing. We never put people on the road. We never encouraged people to beat, burn, and rob. That's the difference in political leadership.
That's the difference. That's the difference.
Mr. Speaker, I can speak personally to 2 of these victims. Lal Bachchan, he died at Sadi Lockup on June the 31st, 2019. And Kali Charan Sewak, he died at Sparandam Lockup on January 28, 2019. Instead of alleging the extrajudicial killing, instead of playing politics with the death and tragedies of these people, we instituted legal proceedings on behalf of their family and we won millions of dollars of compensation against them, for them. That is the difference in leadership, Mr. Speaker. That is the difference in leadership. Mr. Speaker, I can continue, but let me move quickly to the legal sector. Mr. Speaker, this year is going to be a watershed year for many projects in the judicial and legal sector. And I'll begin with the establishment of a law school on these shores, a regional legal educational institution. Mr. Speaker, and it has some history. And thanks, Minister of Finance. Let me resuscitate and remind the honorable members. Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, where are we going to tell you who vision it was? One day in 2017, we heard big press statement that the Council of Legal Education granted permission for the establishment of a law school. Big spread in the newspapers. And then, Mr. Speaker, an agreement was signed by an unknown university to partner the government of Guyana. Look, the Attorney General well attired in his suit. You can't stop them for pomp and pageantry. They had a signing, and it was obviously front page in the newspapers. Signed an agreement, they got permission. Mr. Speaker, it didn't stop there. It did not stop there. 15 acres of land was identified at the University of Guyana. A sod was turned. Pomp and ceremony.
Pageantry.
They did an image, an artist image of the law school. Look at here.
Where is it?
I have it here. Artist image.
Pomp and pageantry.
They give it a name. The JOF. The JOF Haynes Law School. They give it a name. And then lo and behold, a public statement was issued by the Council of Legal Education that they never gave permission for the establishment of a law school in Guyana.
No.
Mr. Speaker, we could understand the Attorney General claiming that he's losing cases, he's losing case files, he's losing law books, blame me for it. But how do you lose a whole law school? How do you lose a whole law school? And they are telling us about incompetence. Mr. Speaker, fortunately this year, last year, September, permission was granted by the Council of Legal Education, the proper authority, for us to begin work on the establishment of a law school here. And Mr. Speaker, the government has established a team, and that team will be working with the judiciary, with the University of Guyana, with the Guyana Bar Association, towards the attainment of this objective. So, Mr. Speaker, we are doing things the proper way, not the way that they used to do it. Mr. Speaker, this year also, the important commission to reform our constitution will be established. Last year, we passed the Constitutional Reform Commission Act, and this year we'll see the establishment of the constitutional reform, and we hope that the opposition will come on board and cooperate with this process, because after all, they promised, as we did, that we will deliver to the people constitutional reform. They have failed abysmally before, and we hope that they will not fail the people again. Mr. Speaker, this year also, well, last year, we inducted a batch of special prosecutors comprising of LLB students whom we specially trained at the University of Guyana in a very innovative initiative where we had the Chief Justice lecturing, the Director of Public Prosecutions lecturing, and visiting legal luminaries from across the Caribbean lecturing in a specially comprised program to equip these Bachelor of Laws holders with the necessary skill set to put them alongside the police prosecutors in the magistrates' court. Mr. Speaker, we graduated from that program 35 special prosecutors who are currently in the magistrates' court in our country in regions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10. Mr. Speaker, another batch of 35 will begin training within a month's time, and once they graduate, they will also be unleashed in the courts of our country, giving priority to the courts that we have not yet covered. Mr. Speaker, last year we implemented the Restorative Justice Act, and this year we are going to establish a Restorative Justice Center and a secretariat that will bring the act into fruition. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that in this legislation, the focus is against custodial sentence, and the focus is on the exploration of other forms of punishment, but in particular, it brings the victim and the perpetrator of the crime together and try to repair and restore the relationship and have them work out their own form of punishment, for want of a better word. And significantly, it goes into the society itself, trying to find the root cause of the criminal conduct and working to address it. It's a very important social reform in our country that will take root in the criminal justice system during the course of 2023. And of course, it is directed to non-violent offenses only. Mr. Speaker, this year we are going to complete a massive building at Saudi Essequibo Coast that will provide accommodation for officers of the Director of Public Prosecutions Office, an office as well as living quarters, so they are comfortably placed when they are executing their task on the Essequibo Coast. This year also, 2 edifices will be constructed, one at Lusiktan on the east coast of Demerara and one at Virgin East Bank, Essequibo, which will accommodate a Hope and Justice Center or 2 Hope and Justice Centers. These institutions, Mr. Speaker, will provide legal, medical, and probationary services to the victims of domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, etc. Accommodation will be provided for the victims so as to remove them from the source of the violence if necessary. Mr. Speaker, under this program, we will draft a bill to abolish preliminary inquiries in criminal proceedings in Guyana. Every day or so often we read in the newspapers the complaint about delay in the criminal justice system and the length of time that accused persons are languishing in prison. Well, part of that reason is because currently the law requires a preliminary inquiry to be done to establish a prima facie case before going to a judge and jury. Right across the Caribbean and even beyond in the Commonwealth, that one tier or first tier of the criminal process or the criminal trial process has been abolished. And you now review the statements and a magistrate can determine whether to commit or not. We are moving in that direction, removing that tier out of the criminal trial process and accelerating the trial. That will result in the elimination of tremendous backlog, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the heat is on. Mr. Speaker, this year also, we will have a review of the Plea Bargaining Agreement Act. Some years ago, we introduced in a statutory form plea bargaining. Plea bargaining simply means the meeting of the prosecutor and the accused persons once certain safeguards are in place, and for them to negotiate and work out a settlement or a reduction of sentence that is acceptable to the fundamental principles of justice. So that people don't go there and get excessive sentences, or they don't detain the court process unduly, neither should they get a slap on the wrist for offenses that might offend the moral values of our society. Unfortunately, this mechanism has not worked in the manner that we contemplated. And with the input, with the help of the Director of Public Prosecutions, I have commissioned a review of this bill to inquire into why it has not worked, and let us address those concerns so that we can get it to work. And it will also bring greater expediency to the administration of criminal justice. Mr. Speaker, we will also be working with Guyana Prison Service in retrofitting the mental health unit at Lusignan prisons and training prison officers and related personnel in mental health. We will also upgrade computer labs in 4 prison centers across Guyana in providing computer hardware and accessories for prison centers at New Amsterdam, Lusignan, Timeri, and Mazaruni. Mr. Speaker, we will also support the Drug Treatment Court of Guyana by the procurement of computer hardware, accessories, and the provision of 1 5-seater 4x4 vehicle. Mr. Speaker, in the area of the Deeds and Commercial Registry Authority, with our ever-expanding commercial sector, obviously, this is an important state department that must be targeted for expansion. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Minister, as you noted, the heat is on. You'll need an extension.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the honorable member be granted an extension to conclude his presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes, and I could bear the heat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we started the construction of a building at Sodi on the Essequibo coast, a 3-story building at a cost of $480 million that will house the Deeds and Commercial Registry Authority operations there. And in this budget, there's an $800 million allocation for the construction of a new building across the road from the New Amsterdam High Court that will house the operation of this important entity. Mr. Speaker, let me go straight to the judiciary, because the judicial sector has some very important projects. Mr. Speaker, Continuing from last year in the Northwest Magisterial District, we will be completing the Magistrate Court and Living Quarter at Port Kaituma, Region 1. Also, we will be completing the Magistrates Court and Living Quarter at Mabaruma, Region 1. We will be completing the Magistrate Court and Living Quarters at Vigilance on the east coast of Demerara. The expansion to the Court of Appeal building will be completed. Essequibo Magisterial District will see the completion of the Bartica Magistrate Court Phase 2. Essequibo Magisterial District will see the completion of Madhya Magistrate Court Phase 2. East Coast Demerara Magisterial District will see Coban John Magistrates Court being completed. And Maikoni Magistrates Court as well. Mr. Speaker, work will be done also in extending the living quarters at Lethem Magistrates Court. Mr. Speaker, extension will be done also at the Diamond Grove Magistrates Court to erect a storage bond at that location. The West Demerara Magisterial Court at Wales will be retrofitted, and a library and research center is going to be constructed. Mr. Speaker, elevators are going to be installed at the High Court in Berbice, Demerara, and Essequibo. Mr. Speaker, for 2023, new courts will be constructed with living quarters at Timeri. Mr. Speaker, a new court and living quarters will be constructed at Friendship on the east bank of Demerara, and that is along the intended new highway. In Essequibo Magisterial District, we will construct a new magistrate court and living quarters along with an access bridge at Anna Regina. Many members may know that the court is currently in a police station. For the first time, it will get its own home. Madhya Magistrate Court Phase 3 will be completed. At Parfait Harmony, we are building a magistrate court and living quarters. Mr. Speaker, Bartica Magistrates Court will be completed as well, and the construction of a martial bond and document center at the Georgetown Magistrates Court. Mr. Speaker, I move quickly to our legislative agenda. As usual, we have a very aggressive legislative agenda for the year 2023. And if I can run through them quickly. The Summary Jurisdiction Offences Amendment Bill, the Companies Amendment Bill, the Landlord and Tenant Amendment Bill, the Evidence Amendment Bill, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Amendment Bill, the Court of Appeal Amendment Bill, the Extramural Work Amendment Bill, the Limitation Amendment Bill, the Criminal Law Procedure Amendment Bill, the Planning and Development Single Window System Bill, which is already in the Parliament, the Radiation Safety and Security Bill already here, Combating of Trafficking in Person Bill, Border Patrol Bill, Firearms Control Bill, Apostille Bill, Leave with Pay Amendment Bill, Electronic Communication and Transaction Bill, Anti-Dumping Bill, Engineers Bill, Securities Bill, Recording of Court Proceeding Bill, Foreign Judgment Reciprocal Enforcement Bill, Business Name Registration Bill, Gambling Prevention Amendment Bill, Rice Farmer Security of Tenure Amendment Bill, Data Protection Bill, Health Information System Bill, Real Estate Bill, Food and Drug Bill, Gaming Bill, Criminal Law Procedure Plea Bargaining and Plea Arrangement Bill, Paper Committal Bill, Petroleum Production Bill, Electronic Case Management System Bill, National Intelligence and Security Bill, Surveillance Devices Bill, Arbitration Bill, Public Health Bill, Solid Waste Management Bill, Family Violence Bill, Subsidies and Countervailing Measures Bill, Safeguard Measures Bill, Social Workers Licensing Bill, Corporate Tax Amendment Bill, Caribbean Community Amendment Bill, Sexual Offences Bill, and Mr. Speaker, there are a series of legislation that we are required to bring in conformity with our international obligations. Also, before I close, Mr. Speaker, this year, myself and my brother, the distinguished Minister of Finance, will lead Guyana's efforts in preparing Guyana's financial structure for mutual assessment at the level of the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force. That will require us to pass a whole set of new bills, regulations, and also bring together all the relevant players and prepare them for that assessment. Before the Cabinet of Guyana is our national plan for the year 2023 to prepare us for that very rigorous and important exercise. So, Mr. Speaker, I spent this year, this time in my budget to outline the level of work that we have to do in Guyana in establishing that important legal framework that will cradle the developmental agenda of our country. And Mr. Speaker, I again appeal to the other side. I heard the empty words of the Honorable Member Cathy Hughes about they're on board. But Mr. Speaker, yes, it is empty because I listened. I listened to the presentation. What the Honorable Member said that at the end, after objecting to us building a hospitality center at Port Morant and building a track at Leonora, Mr. Speaker, I understand the undercurrents of those objections are not lost on the Guyanese people. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to build a united country. And we have to diversify development across all sectors of this country and across geographic regions. We will not develop one region in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I lend my 100% support to Budget 2023. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs. Before we take the suspension for lunch, we have had many times before, I've had to deal with the criticism of the rulings of the Speaker by members outside of the House. And as we were listening to the presentation, the Honorable Chief Whip from the opposition was at it again. I'm trying my best to ensure that we keep fairness between the two sides in the presentation of their speeches. Yes, I allowed one particular phrase from one minister and from the other side too. And when it started to become abusive, I stopped it for all sides. If that is biasness, I accept biasness. We now take the suspension for lunch.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over,
Our next presenter is the Honorable Member, Ms. Volda Lawrence. And at 2:32, we are going to start your clock rolling, Honorable Member. See, it seems that the microphones are temperature sensitive. Okay, we are going to hold it. Let's see if the technician can get it going for us. Well, I've asked that the AC be turned on. Many times, if you're extremely cold, so I'm sitting on my hands. So now I'll relax. I ordered gloves. Well, I was going to make the offer, because it's going to. I think it. Great.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by extending heartiest congratulations to Madam Gail Teixeira, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, who had the opportunity to act as president on Monday, January 23rd. This honor, though brief, must not go unnoticed, as it underscores the heights to which women can aspire and attain. Bravo, Madam Teixeira. Mr. Speaker, I will now move to my remit to this House and the Guyanese public on Budget 2023, presented by Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance, Dr. Ashni Singh, under the theme, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow. Budget 2023, Mr. Speaker, can be described as overwhelming in terms of length of delivery and underwhelming in content. The focus continues to weigh heavily on bricks and mortar, that is on physical infrastructure, and less on people and human development. The budget treats people as appendages and sideshows, rather than being integral to the development process. Lamentably, sir, rather than the goal of the massive spending being centered on improvement of the quantitative and qualitative lives of the people of this country, the budget seems to view people and poverty as irritants to be swatted not unlike an unbearing fly. Sir, Kaichor News, Friday 20th January 23, cites a recent FAO study, titled Regional Overview of 2022 towards improving affordability of healthy diets. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, let me state that in the second paragraph of the foreword, it reads thus: statistics show that the prevalence of hunger in the region rose from 5.8% in 2015 to 8.6% in 2021. This prevalence is below the global average of 9.8% in 2021. Mr. Speaker, I highlight that to debunk what is being said on the other side, that this was a 2019 report. Mr. Speaker, what was stated that around 5% of Guyana's population is undernourished and a further 43% cannot afford a healthy diet. This report, coming on the heels of the recent World Bank report released in October 2022, paints a damning picture of the incompetence and uncaring attitude of the government. Although dropping from 61% in 2006 to 48% in 2019, poverty in Guyana remains unacceptably high. Mr. Speaker, anecdotal evidence indicates that the poverty rate worsened over the last 3 years, that the phenomenal overall growth in the economy has not been matched to a phenomenal growth in the standard of living of the majority of Guyanese. The lack of originality in Budget 2023, Mr. Speaker, is evident from the introduction, which bears an eerie resemblance to that of Budget 2018. Not complaining, just highlighting that appropriate recognition is due. There seems to be a familiar pattern, as for example, the recent signing of an operational agreement for the Natural Resource Fund without referencing that what was being signed was an updated version of the agreement signed in December 11, 2019 between the former Minister of Finance, Winston Jordan, and the governor. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 is not grounded in a medium to long-term development plan, nor a fiscal framework. The LCDS, sir, cannot be considered a long-term development plan. It is geared more towards monetizing Guyana's ecosystem. Nothing is wrong with that. It's just not a substitute for a development plan, especially given the magnitude of resources available. Without such a framework, the nation will continue to be confronted with nightmarish projects that reflect more the dream of one failed politician over the other. Mr. Speaker, our budget should be presented before the start of the financial year. As former Minister Jordan stated when presenting Budget 2017, the early presentation is a prerequisite for the budget to properly serve as an economic, financial, management, and accountability tool. This is even more important given the substantial increase in the size of the budget over the last 3 years. Although the Constitution provides for presentation no later than 90 days in the new financial year, this emergency measure has become the norm, except for the years under the coalition government. It is opposite to note that budgets presented after the year started caused tremendous stress on human and institutional capacity to execute projects and programs in the truncated period. That being said, sir, I now turn my attention to page 8 of the minister's presentation, GDP. While the economy has grown appreciably over the last 3 years, it has been attributed to the ramp-up production of oil. Allow me to share with you the growth of the economy when oil's contribution is stripped from the gross domestic product. During the years 2016 to 2019, the overall growth rate percentage ranged from 3.8 to 5.4%, while the non-oil growth rate ranged from 3.8 to 4.3%. However, the last 3 years, sir, 2020 to 2022, the overall growth rate percentage was 43.5%, 20.1%, and 62.3% respectively. And the non-oil growth rate percentage for those years were negative 7.3, 4.6, and 7.9 respectively. We are told by the minister in this budget that in 2023, overall growth rate is expected to be 25.1% and non-oil growth rate 7.9%. Mr. Speaker, I have just outlined that growth between 2016 to 2019 was more broad-based. The dominance of oil is reflected in the statistics of post-2019. From a modest 20% in 2019, oil's contribution to overall GDP growth rose sharply to 82% in 2022. Although it is budgeted to fall just under 70% in 2023, the medium-term outlook is for oil's contribution to rise well above 70% as more FPSOs are introduced and come on stream. We know these things, Minister. No need to behave like the government is Houdini. So, Mr. Speaker, while the government's propaganda machine is in overdrive to hoodwink the Guyanese people that we are the new Dubai, the non-oil sector, where the real economic and fiscal truth lies, paints a frightening picture. These frightening numbers tell us, Mr. Speaker, that the non-oil sector is in serious trouble. And as the regime dances in the carnival of corruption and waves the
Beep.
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker. And waves the GDP numbers while shouting fastest growing economy. Due to oil, it is carnage in the pots and bread baskets in the homes of the Guyanese people. I turn my attention, Mr. Speaker, to production. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 non-oil projections seem inconsistent with the global economic outlook described in Section 2, page 6 to 7 of the budget, as well as the historical performance of the key sectors. Section 2, paragraph 2.6 acknowledges the twin evils of declining prices, of Guyana's main export commodities and the likelihood of global recession. Yet, the budget predicts substantial recovery in some sectors and massive growth in others. On the one hand, the budget paints a dismal external picture, but a glorious one domestically, as if Guyana is autarkic, totally divorced from the happenings externally. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share with this House. In 2019, we produced 92,256 tons of sugar. Last year, we produced 47,049, and the minister tells us that in 2023, we will produce 61,000 tons. Rice, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, we produced 682,080 tons of rice. Last year, sir, we produced 610,595. And the minister tells us that in 2023, we will produce 652,102. Bauxite, sir, in 2019, under the coalition government, we produced 1,631,451 tons. Last year, we barely made it to 706,634. And we are being told in this honorable House that this year we are going to produce some 775,884 tons. Mr. Speaker, looking at gold, in 2019, the declaration was 634,904 ounces. Last year, we barely scraped in 484,415 ounces. Nothing is stated for the projection of 2023. Sir, the figures just outlined show starkly that the 2023 budget projections for sugar, rice, bauxite, and gold will not meet 2019 achievements. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they will fall short by 34%, 4%, 52%, and 18% respectively. Since the goal projection for 2023 was not stated in the budget, it was assumed that output will increase by 7% in line with the percentage increase for the other mining sectors. Mr. Speaker, this massive infusion of cash in the sugar and rice sectors via the public sector investment program and direct cash transfers on the one hand, and the substantial fiscal and other incentives granted to the rice and gold sectors, including free fertilizer, removal of VAT, and duty-free fuel, have failed to stimulate output. Mr. Speaker, may I say it loud and clear that this budget is not the APNU AFC budget, neither are the figures therein, so I turn to inflation. Mr. Speaker, nothing has been more characteristic of the mismanagement of the economy than the steep rise in inflation over the past 3 years compared to the previous 5 years. Allow me to highlight. Sir, between 2016 to 2019, the inflation rate was between 1.4% to 2.1%. During the years 2020 to 2022, we saw 0.9 to 7.2%. The minister tells us that in 2023, we will have a 3.8% inflation rate. Mr. Speaker, between 2021 and 2022, inflation averaged 6.5% compared to the previous 5 years average of 1.5%, indicating that the average inflation for the past 2 years more than quadrupled the average inflation recorded for the previous 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the already high overall inflation rates for 2021 to 2022 2022 masks the true situation facing the poor and underclass in the country. It is well known in the economics literature that poor people tend to consume most of their meager income on food and shelter. Sir, Stabrook News, January 14, 2023, provides evidence of widespread increase in prices from December 2021 to December 2022 in basic foods, all produced locally. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to remind this House that a bottle of Bora increased from 2021 December to 2022 by 183%, that Bolonge rose by 150%, that cabbage rose by 130%, and the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, eggs, the eggs. You used to buy 3 for $100. Now you cannot even get 2 for $100 because of the 2% increase. Sir, with wage increase in the past 2 years, failing to compensate for the rise in inflation, Mr. Speaker, it is easy to understand why poverty and extreme poverty are high and rising, and why more than 40% of the population cannot afford a balanced and nutritious meal. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the deficit. I acknowledge that COVID and the war in Ukraine disrupted the supply chain of goods and services and contributed to the rise in domestic inflation and uninitiated contributed increase in the money supply, occasioned largely by the rapid public expenditure. Mr. Speaker, public expenditure 291.6 with a central government deficit of $29.9 billion. Last year, sir, it was $615.2 billion for total expenditure, with a central government deficit of $155.5 billion. The minister tells us that 2023 total expenditure will be $781.9 billion Guyana dollars, and the central government deficit will be $167.6 billion, some 11.5%, sir, of non-GDP. There is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that the absolute size of the budget has grown appreciably since 2019, from 291 to 1.9 billion in 2023, 168%. Increase in expenditure between 2020 and 2022 was 111%. However, that ramped up expenditure be able to generate a tepid average real non-oil growth of 2.9%. This was less than the real non-oil average growth recorded for the previous, where the coalition government had considerably less resources to manage the economy. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure plays a critical role in advancing an economy. Indeed, capital investment should contribute to economic growth and higher standards of living through its linkage with labor productivity. So, not only is size important, but also quality matters, thus underscoring the need for these to be kept in sharp focus. Sir, the availability of oil resources, the government with the availability of oil resources, the government has ramped up capital spending. The 104 to 222 in the best circumstances, would have been challenges. In circumstances where the implementation window has been reduced 10 months, in an environment of shortages of the 4 M's, sir, shortage of manpower, shortage of materials, shortage of machinery, and shortage of management, where corruption in the public procurement and implementation process abounds, where evidence
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, am I to understand that you can't say the word corruption in this House anymore?
Yes, you can. You
We
can.
could.
Unparliamentary.
It is unparliamentary to use the word corruption.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
No, Mr. Speaker, could I clarify? As I understand it, if you say somebody is corrupt, you say that honorable member is corrupt, it's unparliamentary. But
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I will deal with this after the current speaker concludes her presentation. As of now, unparliamentary. Beep. And I trust that the honorable member, Mr. Duncan, didn't patent beep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where evidence of crumbling infrastructure, including roads and bridges, proliferate, it is doubtful that the objectives of the capital program will be achieved. In fact, conservative estimates put 20 to 25% of the PSIP in jeopardy through bleep. Bigger is not necessarily better. We must never put quality over quantity. Budget 2023 repeats the mantra like previous budgets, Mr. Speaker. It is fully financed without an increase in taxes. Point to note, all budgets are fully financed since projected expenditure must match projected revenue. Whether these are garnered by taxes and other imposts, borrowing, or printing of money, sir. Mr. Speaker, the rapid growth in the size of the budget is also reflected in massive growth in the absolute and relative sizes of the central government deficit. From a nominal deficit of 29.1 billion in 2019, the central government deficit ballooned to 155.5 billion in 2022, an increase of 420%, sir. This deficit is projected to rise further to $167.6 billion in 2023, or 7.8% more than in 2022. And sir, 460% above that recorded for 2029 under the coalition government. Mr. Speaker, since deficits add to the public debt, then over the period 2020 to 2023, Guyanese people, listen to this. This government would have added over $500 billion, some US $2.5 billion to the public debt. In terms of the relative central government deficit, sir, this has increased more than fourfold between 2019 and 2022. Mr. Speaker, rising from a modest and manageable 2.9% of non-oil GDP in 2019 to 11.8% of non-oil GDP in 2022. I now turn my attention to debt management. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2023 speaks to prudent management of the public debt. That though the debt rose by 16.9% in 2022 to reach US $3,654.9 million, see page 18, section 3.4. The increase is not surprising, given the immediately preceding discussion. Sir, the government's eschewing the use of the burgeoning Natural Resource Fund in preference to borrowing from any and all sources, on the assumption that oil prices will remain high, thus allowing easy repayment of loans taken today. Sir, they are falling into the same trap as did Ghana and Nigeria, for example. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to note. We look at our public and publicly guaranteed debt between the period 2018 to 2023. Sir, in 2018, it totaled 1.792 billion US dollars, with the external component being 1.322. In 2022, it amounted to 3.653 billion US dollars, with an external component of 1.572. Sir, the minister tells us that in 2023, that it would amount to 4.461 billion US dollars, with an external component of 2.146 billion US dollars. The external public debt, sir, has risen steadily since the PPPC was installed into office in August 2020, rising from US $1.32 billion in 2020 to a projected US $2.146 billion in 2023, or 62%. The country's exposure has swung from borrowing from multilateral financial institutions, principally the IDB, World Bank, CDB, etc., to bilateral countries. Any collapse in oil prices, Mr. Speaker, will leave the country dangerously exposed to situations not unlike what happened in Sri Lanka and Uganda. Sir, I now look at balance of payments. Mr. Speaker, developments in the balance of payments mirror the performance in the rest of the economy. Oil dominates the export receipts of the country in an indecent manner. Sir, it is instructive to note our merchandise export for 2019 was 1,587 million US dollars. Sir, since the first oil in December 2019, oil's contribution to export earnings from merchandise has risen sharply from 41.1% in 2020 to 87.5% last year, and expected to maintain this very high share in 2023. When you compare it to 2019, when non-oil exports contributed to all the merchandise exports receipts of the country, Mr. Speaker, oil exports have crowded out the non-oil exports in a very dramatic fashion. So for all the talk of spending to avoid the Dutch disease, all the talk of focusing on agriculture and achieving 25% reduction in food import bill by 2025, the evidence, Mr. Speaker, indicates that the government's policies are having little to no effect on diversifying the economy. Let us look at our non-oil exports in 2019, 1,567, and in 2022, 1,425. In 2023, we are told that we will meet 1,644. Mr. Speaker, these figures indicate that since 2019, earnings from non-oil merchandise exports have not been matched or surpassed. In 2019, such earnings was US 1,567 million. But these decline in the next 2 years before recovering slightly in 2022. The projection that these earnings in 2023 will surpass those of 2019 for the first time cannot be upheld to the scrutiny of Budget 2023's predictions of falling commodity prices and likely global recession. The minister told us that the economy could be so quickly caught in the jaws of the oil sector is frightening. as the fragility on which the economy's transformation is being undertaken, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my time is limited, hence I must move on, and I turn to the budget measure.
Honorable member, for you to move on, we will have to extend your time.
Thank you. Comrade Speaker, I move that the honorable member be given 5 minutes to conclude her presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable member, you may continue to conclude
Thank
in
you,
5
Mr.
minutes.
Speaker. Perhaps the measures are the most underwhelming or ineffectual part of the budget, sir. Some measures will have no impact on the current situation, Mr. Speaker, as they are merely being continued. As such, their benefits are already being enjoyed. These measures relate to the maintenance of zero excise tax on fuel and the use of pre-COVID rates for the calculation of applicable custom duties and taxes. Some measures, Mr. Speaker, will be of little to no interest to the poor and low-income earners. These relate to removal of VAT on electric vehicles, and the increase in the mortgage ceiling to $20 million. Oh, Mr. Speaker, which poor person can afford a loan of such magnitude? Thousands of house lots have been distributed over the last 2 years, yet many of them remain empty, growing grass and vermin because of the inability of owners to access bank financing. The removal of VAT on the sale of residential properties is hard to fathom at this time and appears contradictory. On the one hand, incentives are provided to boost the capital stock. On the other, valuable income is being transferred to the rich for dealing in sale of properties. May I remind the government that this act has been flagged under the anti-money laundering regulations as having a high potential for laundering illicit proceeds. Mr. Speaker, in lieu of a publicly functioning public transport system, the government continues to incentivize individual ownership of vehicles. Nothing is wrong with that. But, sir, this has a very high tax on the country's foreign exchange supply, and more importantly is the gridlock that has been created by the massive importation of vehicles within a deficit-laden and highly compromised road transportation network. Mr. Speaker, this is hard evidence. We experience it every day. I surely believe that the government can give some reconsideration in this area. The fiddling of the income tax threshold every year is anthema to any proper tax system. Since coming into office, sir, the government has changed the threshold twice in 2 years, suggesting that they have no comprehensive tax reform in mind, sir. In 2017 budget, the coalition government introduced a radical measure to the income tax, increasing the tax threshold to the greater of $720,000 or 1/3 of the employee's salary. Budget 2023's proposal to raise the threshold to $1,020,000 or $85,000 per month is as mean-spirited as it is ill-thought. With the current minimum wage at $80,892, a 5% increase in salary in 2023, sir, would effectively wipe out any potential benefit this measure was meant to give. Sir, in fact, a 6% increase would see $745 of the new minimum wage being subjected to 28% tax. Second, because of the 1/3 income that is already granted as a free income tax allowance, those currently earning in excess of $255,000 will not be impacted by this threshold increase. Many of the members of the discipline services and the health sector who are beneficiaries of the elevated salaries payable from January 1st will not be amused with this threshold change. Mr. Speaker, with the level of withdrawal expected from the NRF, the government could have moved the threshold to at least $150,000 while keeping the 1/3 of gross income. Sir, in wrapping up, let me say, sir, that I am surely grateful for this opportunity to represent the many Guyanese people and my party in this debate on the 2023 budget. And I also take this opportunity to thank all of our public servants who contributed to the preparation of this budget and estimates. As I leave, sir, allow me to share this quote from Nelson Mandela. He said, and I quote, "A fundamental concern individual and community lives would go a long way in making the world a better place we so passionately dreamt of." End of quote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, every year, especially during the budget debate, circulate this list of unparliamentary expressions, to which we have added shame and shut up. Sorry I didn't use beep beep, Sherrod. It also says expunction of words and phrases if the speaker is of the opinion that words used in the debate are defamatory, indecent, unparliamentary, or undignified. He may, in his discretion, beep, 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 beep. When the honorable member, Mr. Ramjatan, spoke, I allowed some amount of leeway with respect to quoting his regular reference to the 2005 study he quoted, since I used to be sitting in the well. And then I noticed it being proliferated in the House, except just around lunchtime, the Honorable Chief Whip for the opposition called me biased because I noted the use of unparliamentary words in quotes, and I shut it down. It started with the Honorable Kemraj Ramjatan. So these words, until we change them in our handbook, and the committee that deals with standing orders and rules tell me there's going to be a free-for-all, and I will implement these. With this, Honorable Prime Minister, it is your turn to make your contribution to the 2023 budget debate. So PM, your clock starts running at 3:11.50.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I rise to give my support and contribution to Budget 2023. Aptly themed, Improving Lives Today, Building Prosperity for Tomorrow, which was once again prepared and presented to this Parliament by Minister with Responsibility for Finance, the Honorable Dr. Ashni Kumar Singh.
Thank you, PM.
Mr. Speaker, Minister Singh and his committed and hard-working team from the Ministry of Finance have contributed and continue to deliver for us and our country by preparing budgets that continue to steer us on the trajectory set forth by our PPPC government to transform Guyana and touch the lives of every single Guyanese across the length and breadth of our country, creating impacts that allow for people to live comfortably with the confidence that there is a bright tomorrow. There is a bright today. That will undoubtedly continue so long as our government, the PPPC government, remains at the helm, driving prosperity for all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 and 2021, our government presented budgets that sought renewal. In 2022, we continue, our story with a budget focused on perseverance, that is, pressing forward to build anew. This year, 2023, our $781.9 billion budget will focus on sustainability, and that is building a prosperous Guyana that will remain for future generations to come. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely no surprise to us on this side of the House that the opposition came to this budget debate every single day of this week to preach that this budget has nothing for ordinary people. Of course, Mr. Speaker, one would have wasted their thought thinking that even one member of the opposition could see the bigger picture and comprehend the benefits of this budget and how it will transform Guyana and the lives of every Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, but this is totally understandable because they could not devise any program or policy during the 5-year term that they were in office that could benefit the people of this country. For themselves and their cronies, neglecting the people of this country, and coming now to pretend that they care about us and the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, they think people will forget what they did to our economy and to our democracy. But, Mr. Speaker, the APUNU AFC will forever be remembered as the riggers, the destroyers, the out of touch, the visionless. They had their chance and they blew it. There is no coming back. No coming back for the APNU AFC. You already divorced your APNU and AFC. So there's no coming together and coming back. Mr. Speaker, I noticed the leader of the opposition sitting there, sulking on that side of the House, probably thinking about the next blank check. Are you thinking about the next blank check that needs to be filled out in his own handwriting? But I feel his pain. Imagine being the leader of a party and sitting among people who have no respect, regard, or loyalty for you, with daggers aimed at your back. That must be tough, Mr. Speaker. That must be tough. All of us listen to the recording, and the people on your side listen to the recording too. That should not happen to you as a leader. Mr. Speaker, I wish to submit to the honorable member who is leading the opposition, the leader of the opposition. Both of us are brothers from Linden, and I will have your back. I will look out for you against those fifth columnists in your midst who are trying to derail you. Mr. Speaker, it is the same APNU, AFC government that did nothing for the people that is coming here now with their bare faces to say what is not enough. and what should be when they had 5 years and did little or nothing but run our country into the pits. Watch people go through hardship and did nothing to improve people's lives, but instead found ways to make life harder for the ordinary people, for the ordinary man, while they enjoy their feast. Suddenly, the opposition knows what is good and what isn't. What is the better level of increase? What is the better percentage to increase salaries and pensions and everything by? And to reduce taxation by? Full of ideas. And what isn't, but failed to deliver the promises in their own manifesto. Mr. Speaker, one thing is for sure. Our government, as you've heard from the Honorable Anil Nandalal Jr.'s presentation, is on track to delivering what is set out in our manifesto. 100% completion of what is set out in our manifesto by 2025, by December 2025. That is our commitment to the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I need to do some house clearing in terms of rebuttals before going into my substantive presentation. I will start with your manifesto, Elections 2015 Manifesto, a partnership for national unity, Alliance for Change, coalition. And Mr. Speaker, it is a good read, but I will bring attention to page number 8. Page number 8, APNU AFC Action Program for the first 100 days. And I will not read out all 21 items that are listed there, but the ones that are important.
Read a few.
Number 2, I may have to use my glasses. Significant salary increases for government workers. That is in 100 days. Including nurses, teachers in primary, secondary, and tertiary education, security personnel, and civil servants on the traditional payroll. Mr. Speaker, what we had in that 100 days was 50% salary increase for the ministers of the government. And nothing for what they set out here. At number 7, return of television stations to Linderners, an area that is close to my heart. Mr. Speaker, they never return it. It took the Honorable Minister Kwame Mokai to deliver on this promise made by the APNU AFC to their own people that they claim is their stronghold. Mr. Speaker, waiving of duties on fuel, tools, and small-scale mining equipment bought by identifiable holders of small concessions. We did that, Mr. Speaker. It was not done in the 100 days. Establishment of a national cane workers and cane farmers conference. This is the biggest joke for the 100 days. Because what they did, not in 100 days, but it was conceptualized in that 100 days, is that they sent home 7,000 sugar workers. They conceptualized that in the 100 days. Establishment of a national rice farmers and rice millers conference. But, Mr. Speaker, the 100 days passed, and the leadership of the APNU said plain to the rice farmers, government had no business in rice production. Just imagine. A code of conduct will be established for parliamentarians. Listen. Established for parliamentarians, ministers, and others holding high position in government public office to abide by, including mechanisms for demitting office, if in violation of the code of conduct. Mr. Speaker, what we had was a cover-up policy for ministers who were fingered in corruption. Ministers who were fingered in corruption. Fingered. Is that a violation of the House, Mr.
PM, beep beep. The beep is for an unparliamentary word.
Contrary to the rules that is expected of ministerial appointments. Mr. Speaker, there's another one here. National Youth Council will be convened and its mandate, terms of reference, and program of action produced for endorsement at a National Youth Conference. I will leave the Honorable Leader of the Opposition to pronounce on that when he takes the podium. I say nothing more on that. Liberalization of the telecommunications and ICT sectors. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have the Honorable former Minister of Public Telecommunications in the House and to say to her, the process was deliberately delayed by this very minister. By this very minister. You deliberately delayed the liberalization of the telecommunications and ICT sector. You did that. And Mr. Speaker, adoption of a long-term sustainable economic development plan to realize the vast potential of this country. Mr. Speaker, it's quite obvious. That was not done in 100 days. That had to wait until August 2020 when the PPP Civic assumed office. So, Mr. Speaker, they failed in the 100 days, but our vision, our plans are now being vigorously implemented in a sustained manner through budget 2020, 2021, 2022, and now 2023. Your manifesto, your failure, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, continue with my house clearing. I sat in the House. Maybe I should deal with the last force, Mr. Speaker. Instead of going from the start, I should deal with the last force. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Volda Lawrence, or Volda Lawrence, just spoke, and that is fresh in your memory. And, Mr. Speaker, I only did Economics 101 and 102, and Accountancy 101 and 102, and Politics 101 and 102 at university. But, I will leave the schooling. I will leave the schooling in economics for Minister Ashney Singh when he takes the podium. Minister Lawrence, Honorable Volda Lawrence, I must commend you, however, for your impressive display of your lack of thorough understanding of the macroeconomic concepts that she tried to grapple with and tried to communicate to this noble House in a most confused manner, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can go to this. It's only 101 pages. And on page 8, you said, and you pronounced about non-growth in the non-oil sector at A 3.1. Mr. Speaker, at the time of budget 2022, it was anticipated that real gross domestic product will grow by 47.5%, and the non-oil economy expanded by 7.7%. It is now estimated that our economy grew by 62.3% in 2022 in real terms, with a very listen carefully, very strong expansion of 11.5% in non-oil real GDP. Mr. Speaker, why are you coming? Why do we have the members of the opposition coming to this house, having supposedly read this document and trying to fight against it? Mr. Speaker, the honorable member mentioned about inflation, COVID and supply chain challenges led to inflation throughout the entire world. Every Haitian knows that. An article for the honorable member to read, a simple article. And it says, the cost of misreading inflation. The 2021 surge in global shipping costs was a canary in the coal mine for the persistent rise in inflation. I say no more. Just go and do some reading. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about the tremendous increase in the capital budget. But she needs to tell us why we had that tremendous increase in the capital budget. We're not only building roads, because she seems to feel it's only roads. We're not only building schools, hospitals, and have an expansive housing project. We are building a brand new bridge across the Demerara River. We are constructing a power plant, a gas power plant, and a natural gas liquid plant as part of the gas to energy project. That takes tremendous amount of money. It may sound mind-boggling, but just wrap your brains around the figure. Wrap your brains around the figure. 2023 budget is transformative. Keyword, look it up, transformative. As a former Minister of Health, I'm not surprised of your misunderstanding of diseases, especially when you seek to use the term Dutch disease. But then again, I will leave the schooling to Dr. Ashley Singh to explain to you what the Dutch disease is really about. We cannot tell the Guyanese people not to buy more vehicles. However, we will build and expand the roadway, the infrastructure, the primary and secondary network for people to drive their vehicles. That's correct. Simply put, highways to happiness.
Honorable Prime Minister, that's the famous title of a famous manifesto.
I remember, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for plagiarizing. Mr. Speaker, earlier, we were assaulted by the Honorable Cathy Hughes today in this noble house. She started by asking for 15% reduction in University of Guyana fees. When you were part, you, Honorable Cathy Hughes, were a minister in the cabinet that raised the fees by 35% during your tenure. You were part of that decision. All are involved, all are consumed on the other side. You are all responsible for that injustice on the people of Guyana. She also talked about increases for all workers. The Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order 41.6.
I said the cabinet, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Honorable Prime Minister said all of you over there. And I want to...
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I stand corrected. All of the members on the opposition who are part of that cabinet are responsible for that injustice on the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, again, the Honorable Catayus talk about salaries increases for all workers over the period 2015 to 2020, and how it was some 70% increase in salary. But they took away the bonus from the discipline services. They took away the Because We Care cash grant from their own supporters' children. And then they claim that they had no fiscal space, but yet they were spending over 1 billion, feasting themselves within their offices and whenever they congregate. That's correct. 50% salary increases, as I mentioned before, for cabinet ministers in less than 100 days. Mr. Speaker, I did not receive any deposit in my bank account when on the 5th of October 2020, I sat in the sitting room of the official residence of the President, of the Prime Minister, I stand corrected, and signed liberalizing the telecommunications sector in Guyana. I did not receive any deposit in my account for that act. That's right. That was redundant to the benefit of all the people of Guyana, including the opposition. That's correct. That's correct. Who received the deposit here? Mr. Speaker, I do not know who received the deposit for delaying that. Several deposits, but that will come out. With time, the truth will be revealed. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member talked about the Guyana Forestry Commission had lots of money in their bank account. But the honorable minister of Natural Resources would tell you different. The Guyana Forestry Commission at the time when we assumed office had no money to pay its staff. Had no money to pay its staff. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Catayus again talk about the Minister of Education and some family member of her running the learning channel. But Mr. Speaker, we had a learning channel run by PhDs holders when we took over. We had some 40 academic programs on the channel when we took over. In under 2 years, Mr. Speaker, we have now done more than 1,800 programs, completing all of the grades 5, 6, and much of nursery, primary, and secondary. And Mr. Speaker, then the honorable member went on to talk about the HPRC. Honorable Catayus went on to talk about the hinterland, poor, remote communities internet connectivity project, and how she had a ceremony, a signing ceremony, signing for the honorable minister, honorable member of the House, Honorable Catayus, a signing ceremony where some 17.1 or above million United States dollars was signed to commence this program sometime between 2015 and 2020 when she was in office. And she tried to speak glowingly about this project. Mr. Speaker, when I assume responsibility for public telecommunications and ICT, I summoned the project manager and asked for a status update on this project. I was told that the equipment is in the country and it is stored in some containers in the parking lot of a certain hotel. I asked to visit the parking lot to see the equipment. And lo and behold, the same weekend, the project manager, moved all the items to a hurriedly rented bond in Diamond, a Chinese shop, supermarket, converted to a bond overnight and stored the equipment. Nothing was done. You signed the document, the money was made available, the equipment was bought and placed in the bond after being stored in containers. Mr. Speaker, from then to now, and I wish to remind all that the HPRC was conceptualized by a previous PPPC government. From then to now, and I have one here for you, honorable member. 100 ICT hubs on track to be operationalized by January 2023, equipped with 20 laptops, printers, and scanners, 32-inch television, surge protection, security locks, fans, cubicle chairs. Installation of 75 photovoltaic system of 15,250 watt solar panels, digital inverter, power cubes, batteries, surge, and lightning protection. 70 ICT hub managers will be trained in January 2023 in areas of computer literacy, report writing, internet and email PV technicians, PV basics, effective communication, 25 photovoltaic technicians, trained in areas of solar installation. And Mr. Speaker, over 98,000 residents in 200 hinterland, poor and remote communities will benefit from this project. This is a benefit that the people should have had before 2020. This is a benefit, however, we are committed to ensuring that the people will start enjoying it in this year, 2023. Mr. Speaker, the honorable member went on to talk about not getting onto the internet. Mr. Speaker, when we assume office in 2020, hinterland communities were provided with a 1 megabyte per second internet connection via satellite. Residents struggled with slow loading times, buffering, and limited access to online resources. However, in 2022-2023, my government has upgraded and will continue to upgrade and continue to maintain this system. And now they're having service of 4, not 1, but 4 megabytes per second internet connection, 4 times what you give them. With committed bandwidth, without any data caps or limits, residents will have access to a much faster and more reliable internet service that can support online video conferencing, education, and content downloading. Mr. Speaker, this upgraded internet will also provide improved access to education for students, especially those benefiting from the Gold Scholarship. Mr. Speaker, these are some of the corrective measures that we had to take in order to improve the lives of the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, we hear about the opening ceremony and the unveiling of plaque for an infectious disease hospital at Lillian Dal. But no one was allowed to have a conducted tour of that facility after the unveiling because there was nothing inside the building. Nothing inside the building. At the time when COVID-19 pandemic was ravaging the people of Guyana,
Honorable PM, time is of the order now. You'll need an extension to conclude.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask that the Honorable Prime Minister be given time to conclude his presentation.
Honorable Prime Minister, you have another 5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
Mr. Speaker, the failed implementation of any project to repair the Linden-Suzdijk Highway must rest on the chest of the leader of the opposition. I know he was not a member of the parliament at that time. But to claim that Region 10 is your stronghold and you choose not to repair that main artery, in military terms, that main supply route to the people of Linden, a tongue, a region that is dear to my heart, is a signal failure of the APNU, AFC, to deliver to what they claim to be their constituent. Mr. Speaker, we have secured $120 million United States dollars loan to fix once and for all that highway. A brand new highway for the people of Linden. Region 10, 150. I stand corrected. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable, and I come into you now, the Honorable Ramjatan like to talk about their being the ones to have us enjoying revenue from oil and gas. But that oil and gas approval for the exploration was signed in 1996 by the late President Janet Jagan. Oil was discovered 1999, I stand corrected, not 1999, 1996. Oil was discovered in 2015 during the tenure of President Donald Ramatar. And everything was going good. The only wrong thing that happened, and I have 3 wrong things that happened here, Mr. Speaker, to educate you, members of the House, or to remind you. The controversial PSA was signed by the coalition APNU government. The best deal was not negotiated for the people of Guyana. Again, you failed the people of Guyana. And to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, they attempted to cover up the signing bonus, the $18 million that was bequeathed to the people of Guyana. They attempted to cover that up. 4 ministers of their government told the people of Guyana they never heard about or they don't know about the signing bonus. And then one minister, when he was pressured, said he thought it was a gift. Mr. Speaker, then they proceed to railroad and rush through the Natural Resource Act. At the time when they were a caretaker government, and the only constitutional obligation was to hold elections in 90 days. But Mr. Speaker, again they failed us, but again we took corrective action. Today we have an NRF Act that is transparent, that has all the trappings in keeping with the Santiago principles, and has heavy obligations placed on the shoulders of the Minister of Finance to report on every deposit and every withdrawal from that fund. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I just want to end by saying the Honorable David Patterson, honorable, he's still honorable in my books. He came to this house and he lied about the mayor.
PM, we can't use.
He misrepresented the facts on the Amelia Falls project. Mr. Speaker, I know I've run out of time, but All the documents, all the evidence are there to show that the Amelia Falls was a viable project, and had we continued along that development trajectory that was set out by the previous PPP government, we would have had 165 additional megawatts renewable energy delivered to the people of Guyana, especially the people of Linden and Bartica 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with 2 quotes. The first one is from Thales of Miletus, the Greek philosopher and mathematician, who said, and I quote, "The most difficult thing in life is to know yourself. Is to know yourself." End of quote. You, as opposition members of this House, must come to the debate with truths and facts, regardless of how painful it may be to you. And the second quote, Mr. Speaker, from Noam Chomsky, American linguist and a philosopher in his own right. And he said, and I quote, "Nobody is going to pour truth into your brain. It's something you have to find out for yourself." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana are beginning to find out that the truth for themselves. They're beginning to find out the truth for themselves. We have an opposition that failed the people when they were in government. And I wish to end by saying, Mr. Speaker, they must remain on that side of the House and allow development to take place in Guyana. All we're asking you is to don't be detractors to the development process. Be part of the development process. Because I believe, again, in another proverb, an African one this time, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Let's go together. Let's support this budget and develop Guyana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, I would now call on you to make your presentation. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, we start the clock at 3:51.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister ended on a note that is very apt to him. No one can pour truth in your brain. You have to find it yourself. Let me remind you that when the PNC left government in 1992, there was money in the budget to build the Soesdijk-Linden Highway, which the PPP government took away and used in other places. That is a truth. Mr. Speaker, I do not know if the word joker is unparliamentary. Could you tell me so I don't use it as a means of description of the PM? I could?
A joke is well taken, and I have made quite a few in the House.
Okay.
A joke.
Yes, Mr.
But
Speaker.
calling people jokers is like...
Well, it must have been a joke for the Prime Minister to sit there and say that you built a COVID-19 hospital and you didn't invite people. Who will tour at a time of COVID hospital? It's just open. Mr. Speaker, it makes absolutely no sense. The government might have allowed you to tour if it was the PPP because they won't get rid of you. Mr. Speaker, I had to shift from my text to deal with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister tries to go on like if he has some affiliation to Linden. It is only when he became prime minister you began to return to Linden. And that is a fact. I have been in contact and in Linden continuously. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about us not having a national youth conference and council. We did, right in this building. And emerging from it after consultation was a youth policy that still exists while your government has none. And so, Mr. Speaker, I believe the script that you would have given turned out to be an embarrassment for you. Who, Mr. Speaker, will come here knowing that in under 5 years, the APNU AFC increased workers' wages by more than 70% and make the kind of statement you would have made? Mr. Speaker, it is one thing to come here, Mr. Prime Minister, and tell us about the gas to shore energy plan and the money. But you can't tell us until now, how much it will cost and what will be the cost for the electricity for the consumer. If you fail to do that, then you are wasting our time. There is much more I wanted to say, but the Prime Minister, in the face of fact, ran. I don't like talking behind people's back, and so I will reserve it for when I catch him again. Mr. Speaker, I move away from the protocols to deal with the Prime Minister, but I want to say a special thank you to all the members of Parliament in the opposition side. They have critiqued this budget in a way that the people of Guyana have long concluded that this budget does not cater for them. Mr. Speaker, I believe as well that we have done exceptionally well, because when the Honorable Vince Roy Jordan spoke about what happened in Region 5, the government went and had them giddy up. And so they worked from Wednesday after the budget until now, rectifying the problems. The people of Region 5 asked me to say thanks to the Member of Parliament who raised it, and for the first time, some responsiveness from the government. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, as the Prime Minister talks about the love for Linden, I wonder if he knows that right now, Linden has a water crisis. Correct. And the people of Linden are not getting water. He needs to go and check. That is the reality. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry the Honorable Warner Jill, W-O-N-E or O-N-E, isn't here. But I brought to Parliament the state of Prince William Street, the street I am living in. He stood in this house and told this house that that street was completed. Mr. Speaker, I will circulate it. That street is terrible. And we need to check to see what happened with the money that they purportedly paid the contractor. There's another piece of information that is distant from the truth, since I can't say lie. The Honorable Minister in the Ministry of the Finance said that in 1992 they inherited a state-dominated economy. May I remind him, so that the facts can prevail, that you, Desmond Hoyt, had divested most of the state enterprises, and when they came to power, Guyana's economy was on the way to to liberalization. Mr. Speaker, you know, Parliament is supposed to be a place where the government comes, it puts its budget. We then come and we critique the budget. And then we expect the ministers in responding to respond to the criticisms. That is not what is happening here. The ministers come to cuss, abuse. We are going to continue to lift the standards of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, the focus of development in Guyana must be our people. It is my intention today to outline the APNU-AFC people-centered vision of development for the people of Guyana. Our people-centered vision will be implemented under the theme in pursuit of stronger, integrated, and inclusive development to guarantee a high quality of life for all Guyanese people. This becomes necessary since this budget, is a disaggregated set of projects with no clear philosophy underpinning it. The 2023 budget can never deliver a high quality of life to our people. While infrastructure development is needed, this budget is structured to focus on infrastructure at the expense of the development of our people. We cannot condone that. Such an approach is a mechanism to place the nation's resources in the hands of the wealthy and those who have no interest in legality, since I can't use the word corrupt, at the expense of the poor and vulnerable who really should be the main beneficiaries of our resources. This budget, Mr. Speaker, will see the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. Mr. Speaker, we are operating in real terrible times. Our people-centered development strategy recognizes the need to solve the problems of our society at various levels. They must be dealt with at the level of the individual, the family, the community, and the national and international levels. We need a holistic approach to deal with our problems. This piecemeal approach will not solve our problems. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, men on mission is ill-conceived. It assumes that the problem to be solved will be solved by men on a mission. It has to be solved by men, women, boys, and girls, and institutions working together to eradicate poverty, restore law and order, and developing new humane values that allow our society to progress, while at the same time being inclusive, respecting the rule of law and promoting a democratic culture, a culture which eludes the PPP regime. Good governance is needed, but cannot be achieved because the PPP is hell-bent on controlling, dominating every aspect of the lives of the people of Guyana. To use my good friend Ramjatan, they are control freaks. Mr. Speaker, no society can progress when a culture of barbarism is the order of the day. The bulldozing and destroying of the homes of innocent Guyanese at Caneview, Mocha, is a clear indication that this government is not committed to human rights and the rule of law. The PPP has committed a heinous crime against the people of Mocha. The barbarism that characterized the PPP regime is a new low in the treatment of the poor and dispossessed in our society.
Correct.
The PPP has lost whatever links it has to humanity. It has none at present. I believe the PPP will pay dearly at the polls for this heinous crime they committed on innocent people.
Correct.
And this is more so once we get a clean voters list. It is opposite at this time for me to respond to the Minister of Housing. It is true that as leader of the opposition, I asked Kameganish Maipol to make contact with Mr. Crowell, and he did. The explanation he gave here is not the best reflection of the reality. When he was contacted, he told Mr. Maipol, and he communicated it to me, that the decision was taken above him and he can do nothing about it. Why come to this house and give a totally different impression?
Everything is done above him. Everything is done above him.
Mr. Speaker, I believe that it was the intention to do what they did, excuse me, attain view. And so it is part of their modus operandi. Remember Ropes and Ben, the hammer man. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not take a holistic approach to Guyana's development. It is the bringing together of different, sometimes unrelated projects with the hope that it will result in national development. It will not. We need to recognize that there's a new dispensation in Guyana. We have finances at this stage from oil and gas. We must note that. The significant difference between the PPP and the AP and UFC in government is the existence of oil resources for development. There is no sense in comparing 2015 to 2020, where there were no resources from oil, and 2020 to now. What must be stated is that there are the resources to do what we are asking to be done.
Correct.
Unfortunately, the PPP seems not disposed to investing in our people. We will invest in our people. We in the APNU AFC, will pursue this strategy of ensuring our policies, programs, and projects are geared to improve the quality of life of our people. That is why we named it a people-centered program. We believe that a sine qua non for development is the development of our human resources. We will focus on developing our human resources. I turn to human resource development. Mr. Speaker, human resource development is one of the most important subjects to be dealt with by a developing country. We need to develop our human resource capabilities in all sectors. We need to develop our human resource capabilities to be able to monitor and audit cost oil so as to allow us to garner more at the level of profits for the investment in our people. The resources garnered from oil must therefore be spent to improve our human resource capabilities. A survey needs to be done to determine the human resource needs of all sectors in our economy and the requisite action taken to ensure we develop our own resource capabilities in a way that is determined by the needs of our society rather than the training program on offer by others. It is the needs of the society that should determine the training and scholarships we deliver. We have no problems with goal, but it must be structured to serve our society. Mr. Speaker, this might be the biggest budget in terms of resource allocation. Unfortunately, the resources are badly allocated. It is one of the smallest budgets in terms of allocation of resources to the people, since it is focused on putting resources in the hands of the rich. We in the APNU AFC commit ourselves to deliver a high quality of life to the people of Guyana, utilizing innovative measures and people-centered program as we utilize the oil resources that our country has been blessed with. Mr. Speaker, we will implement a plan and not continue like this government to pull projects from the sky as this government continues to do. Poverty alleviation and eradication are two important objectives we set ourselves. Spending money to facilitate illegal activities cannot be a viable strategy. In other circumstances, I would have said corruption, but I can't.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the third time you tried to be very skillful in introducing unparliamentary words. So I know you're skillful enough to now desist.
I turn to poverty alleviation and eradication. The critical task before us is to develop a strategy to alleviate and ultimately eradicate poverty, since poverty is one of the key causes of our many social and other problems. The government has to accept this as a fact, or else they'll continue to be in deep trouble. Unfortunately, Budget 2023 has no such strategy. Mr. Speaker, APNU AFC wishes to recommend the following measures to deal with the high levels of poverty in Guyana. We will identify, 1, the communities with high levels of poverty. 2, we will conduct a national poverty survey to further understand poverty in Guyana. Based on this survey, we will determine what is the minimum livable income and ensure those in poverty earn a minimum livable income. 3, we will educate those in poverty in financial literacy and small business management with the aim of giving them grants and loans to enable them to establish micro and small businesses. 4, ensure that our people are literate. Our education system needs to return to the fundamentals and to ensure that by the time a child arrives in grade 3, they can read, write, count, comprehend, and reason. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, our education system has failed our people, especially our young people. One of the prerequisites for poverty alleviation and eradication is the development of a literate and functioning society. We will pursue that. We need a literate society, and our resources need to be placed into ensuring this objective is achieved. Cognizant of the new technological era in which we live, Mr. Speaker, illiteracy contributes to poverty and must be eradicated. 5, develop projects in impoverished communities to lift them out of poverty using both job creation and the promotion of micro and small businesses. We will train for employment in both the private and the public sector. 6, we must remove income tax from all those living below the poverty line. No one earning below $150,000 should be paying personal income tax in this oil-rich country. This budget illustrates that the burden of tax paying is on the small man who is poor and vulnerable. Most of the taxes are coming from personal income tax. It's unacceptable and it is unfair. 7, the use of salary top-ups to bring Guyanese above the minimum livable income. 8, the provision to students of $50,000 per month to attend our tertiary institutions, Ghana School of Agriculture, Technical Institutes, UG, inter alia. Special scholarships for the children of the poor who are capable. Mr. Speaker, this is dear to many of us who might not have been in this house had the PNC not put in place a system that allowed poor people to realize their potential. We must make technical and vocational training available to the poor and their children. 11, the provision of increased public assistance to the poor and their children. Clearly, $2,000 increase in public assistance is ridiculous. It is unacceptable as it is unbelievable. What is worse is the arbitrary way in which a minister can take away that assistance. It is in such circumstance that the AP and UFC government will establish objective criteria for the allocation of public assistance. It cannot be at the whims, fancies, and caprices of a minister. We will reduce VAT to 12% so that it will ease the pressure on the poor. We'll develop a network of early childhood education centers and systems to help single parents and the poor in general. I invite members of this House to go to poor communities and see women departing and leaving their children to go to do security work with no protection for them. This society owes it to them to develop a system of early childhood education centers. We have to get special training for the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, Guyana needs a program to house the homeless. Guyana needs a program to house the homeless. Mr. Speaker, I invite anyone in here to drive Regent Street at night and see the amount of people sleeping on the pavement in oil-rich Guyana. Unacceptable. 16, develop a more all-encompassing nutritious school feeding program to alleviate childhood malnutrition. Will be done. We'll implement a national school children transportation program to take our children to school, be it on land or river. It is not enough to come here to criticize the 5Bs, where without oil resources, from the assistance of people, not government money, we were providing boats, bicycles. You come here to criticize it, rather than appear to be a government that's concerned and come proposing a network of transportation that will allow our children to get to school and ensure that that burden is not on their parents. 18, we will build sustainable communities, meaning communities with high quality educational, health, recreation, and other modern facilities, potable water, electricity, roads, and proper drainage that are necessities if the communities to develop and not a farcical Silica City. Mr. Speaker, why would we be fighting with highfalutin schemes? When we came to power in 2015, we had to put light in farm, roads in farm, virtually every area. We have many so-called housing schemes that do not have the basic facilities, but the government comes to tell us about Silica City. Let us make the cities of poor people the same level of Silica City that you envisage. 19, the development of these communities will demand trained social workers, psychologists, and other professionals, and a reorientation of law enforcement to understand and deal with the many social problems confronting our communities. Mr. Speaker, we teach our teachers to teach. We teach policemen to enforce laws, but we fail to give them the professional training needed to deal with the social problems of this modern era. Our teachers, medical workers, and our police inter alia have to be re-educated to face the many social problems confronting our society. Mr. Speaker, the APNU-AFC aim is to develop sustainable communities with informed citizens that are law-abiding and committed to the development of a Guyana that is free from ethnic prejudice. We want our people to live and work together. Merely saying one Guyana cannot solve the problem. To this end, we have to root out the illegalities and lawlessness that characterize our society. Lawless societies do not develop. As we pursue the development of sustainable communities, we must keep in mind the aim of reducing the gap between town and rural areas and the coast and hinterland. Our people-centered vision is aimed at giving all people, wherever they are, a high quality of life. That is what we must pursue. In indigenous communities, sustainability must mean that our indigenous people must be trained and financed to be able to take on construction and other contracts in their communities. While our indigenous people need a fish, it is more important to teach them to fish and share in our national patrimony in a more meaningful way. All communities, including indigenous communities, must be made self-sustainable communities. 20, we will promote community development and local leadership to unleash the talents and energies of our people in communities. In this regard, we will promote local democracy and take action to remove party politics from local development and allow local authorities to function in keeping with the law and the needs of the people in their communities. Mr. Speaker, there is too much domination and control from the center. Mr. Speaker, this approach of domination and control of local democratic organs constitute a fetter to development.
Correct.
21, Mr. Speaker, on that side, they talk all the time about house lots. 20,000 house lots, 50,000 house lots. Mr. Speaker, while house lots are on offer, many Guyanese cannot afford to build. House lots and housing are not the same. The APNU AFC will offer poor and vulnerable Guyanese the option to be part of a rent-to-own scheme. This will remove the need for poor Guyanese to have to find large sums to get a mortgage and will make home ownership more accessible to the poor and vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, Their rent will go towards payment for their house. Such an initiative will allow the poor to own their houses without having to fund a percentage of the mortgage as is usual. Mr. Speaker, in other countries, rent to own contributed significantly to poor people obtaining homes. There's no sense telling us you reduce this and you reduce that, and then the money that the person has to find, they cannot find. The best option is rent to own. We advocate that. We will expand the funding for the Small Business Bureau to facilitate youth, women, single mothers, and other vulnerable Guyanese. The provision of grants and credits to the unemployed to facilitate their involvement in agriculture and agro-processing will be undertaken. This measure will go a far way in improving production and will bring down the high cost of living, thus reducing inflation and positively impacting the pockets of poor Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, we cannot wish poverty away. Cash grants, though needed and welcome, cannot take our people out of poverty. We need measures like the above mentioned to address poverty. I know they all would have left because they keep saying we don't offer solutions. I've just given them 22 solutions. As they sit enjoying taxpayers' money and eating, I hope they listen and implement. Mr. Speaker, it is this kind of visionary thinking that Guyana needs, and not the pasting together of projects to facilitate illegal practices for the governing elite, family, friends, and favorites. That is not what we need. Mr. Speaker, while we seek to eradicate poverty, we must at the same time deal with the high cost of living. This budget is found wanting when it comes to measures aimed at addressing the high cost of living. This budget, Mr. Speaker, rehashes the same old measures that were announced in 2022 that failed to bring down the cost of living. The rehashing of them is a clear indication that the drafters of this budget have no clue of what needs to be done to stabilize and ultimately reduce cost of living. Mr. Speaker, all Guyanese should know that if this government was serious, they would have had relief measures in this budget for cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we wish to propose a raft of measures to mitigate the high cost of living. These measures will include, among others, 1, vouchers for those in public transportation so that they can have access to lower gasoline prices. This is important because transportation contributes. 2, the waiver of electricity charges for low-income Guyanese. 3, the waiver of water charges for low-income Guyanese. 4, grants of 5 million or more to small businesses based on objective criteria so that they can expand production. And when production expands at the local level, prices stabilize and eventually come down. So it deals with inflation. The distribution based on equity of the excess $60 billion Guyana received from last year's unexpectedly high oil prices, which translates into $300,000 per household. 6, a minimum of 50% wages and salary increase for all public servants. 8% is not enough to impact the cost of living. The inflation would have eaten away at that already, and therefore the real wage of the Guyanese worker is less this year. Writing off of UG student loans and fees to free up disposable incomes for families. Mr. Speaker, this can be done now. It doesn't have to wait until 2025. We have the resources. It would be remiss of me, Mr. Speaker, if I don't remind this House that Guyana did it without oil, with more poverty, in the 70s, 80s, until the PPP terminated it in the 1990s. Mr. Speaker, another critical issue for us to address is the question of unemployment and underemployment. While we welcome citizens who have no jobs obtaining $50,000 a month, this is not the solution to unemployment. It might be useful to the government as a tool for bribery and control, but it's also a manifestation that the government has failed in its quest to provide jobs, especially good-paying jobs for our young people. Mr. Speaker, we need not just to create employment, but to produce jobs that are high-paying and allowing our people to have a livable income and a decent life. We know that this budget is short on creating employment that allows our people to live decent and comfortable lives. Mr. Speaker, we wish to recommend the following measures for our people-centered vision that will result in the creation of employment for our people and redound to the benefit of our people, especially our youth. Our policies to generate high-paying jobs are as follows. 1, taxes for agro-processing and other manufacturing with competitive advantage should be removed, allowing technologically advanced, high-paying manufacturing to take its place. 2, a national productivity bank should be created to offer low-interest loans to medium to large-scale businesses to facilitate job creation and expansion. We know that the private sector has repeatedly complained about high business interest rates. We must address it. 3, the Small Business Bureau should be massively expanded and properly managed with millions of dollars grant that allow small businesses to develop, bring new products to the market, and otherwise expand. This should be accessible to all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, in collaboration with ExxonMobil and its partners, extensive oil and gas training should be offered to allow Guyanese to access jobs in that industry. Training at Port Morant alone is inadequate. There are many other institutions across Guyana that must be utilized to train our people. 5, guaranteed high-paying government jobs. I repeat, guaranteed high-paying government jobs. In this regard, university graduates must be employed to undertake analyses of our problems and offer solutions resulting in development being data-driven. Mr. Speaker, there are many university students out there who would have graduated and cannot find a job. If the government undertakes to create proper think tanks and working bodies and pay people to do the research, etc., we'll be in a better position. 6, grant must be made available for new people in agriculture and for existing farmers to ensure increased agricultural activity as a measure to prevent us from experiencing the Dutch disease, which is at our front door. These grants to farmers will allow them to boost productivity, grow their farms, and increase their earnings by acquiring better equipment. It will contribute to the development of the non-oil sector. 7, construction jobs will be created to facilitate the government's rent-to-own low-income housing schemes. 8, we will create construction jobs through a government infrastructure development program that builds modern homes and other facilities for teachers, health workers, and other public servants who have to serve away from their homes. All those public servants complain about how bad the facilities are. Mr. Speaker, MPs and local government representatives must be provided with well-paid staff to help them better respond to the needs of the Guyanese people and represent them. Well-paid teachers and training staff must be hired to facilitate evening training at government schools, whether for widely available adult education classes or technical ones. The restarting of the night school program, which began under the APNUFC, is a good starting point. Mr. Speaker, we must not be carried away by all of these top students. It is estimated that about 16,000 children do grade 6 or common entrance, but only about 5,000 matriculate, meaning they have 5 CXC with math and English, and then the system dumps them rather than developing an evening school and night school so that they can return and make themselves eligible to work and train. Funding for community development and the creation of livable spaces throughout Guyana will create hundreds of jobs in design and construction. 12, cheaper electricity from power sources such as solar energy will facilitate job creation through various forms of value-added manufacturing. This will be prevalent in designated industrial zones in all regions. The foregoing must be done while simultaneously taking measures to reduce inflation. In this regard, as you would have recognized, many of the measures contribute to dealing with inflation. Mr. Speaker, the government clearly does not have a plan. I want to turn to manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, this budget lacks measures to contribute to the development of the non-oil sector. The government seems to be a little boy flicking and hoping he lands on his feet rather than his head. Mr. Speaker, tax breaks must be targeted, not scattergun. When it comes to industrial policy, they are vital in specific circumstances, like stimulating industries that face challenges in starting up and scaling. To this end, we call on the government to reduce the corporate tax rate for non-commercial businesses involving in agro-processing to 0%. Additional categories of manufacturing should also be assessed and incorporated in this policy based on their competitive advantage. Further, these incentives should be coupled with the grants to farmers we have previously proposed to help them to expand production to meet the expected increased demand for produce. These targeted policies in the agro-processing industry will stimulate activities such as the canning of fruits and vegetables or the production of juices and similar natural beverage for export. Further, this policy approach will ensure benefits are not concentrated in 1 or 2 regions for selfish political gains, but spread nationally to encourage development wherever conditions are suitable. This will swiftly generate tens of thousands of jobs as international manufacturers are attracted to Guyana, much the same as they have flocked similar low-tax nations. We do not need to wait for low electricity price, which may never materialize, to see manufacturing grow in Guyana. This is even more so, since the project for cheap electricity is in hands of the second vice president of Sioux fame, who presided over the most failed projects in the history of Guyana. Instead, we should learn from those nations which have leveraged thoughtful tax policy to stimulate export industries. Mr. Speaker, I want to read for you a passage from a Brown University paper, and I have it there to lay over, that describes the benefits of targeted, sizable tax breaks, as opposed to the scattergun approach the PPP uses to reward its cronies. It concerns Operation Bootstrap, which Puerto Rico established all the way back in the 1940s, and which formed the ideological backbone of the effective industrial policies of dozens of countries and special economic zones. I quote, "Perhaps the economic measure most important to Operation Bootstrap success was the tax exemption policy for US and other corporations that invested in the island. Industrial growth in the island after 1947 suggests that the tax exemption program was successful. In 1949, the United States Department of Commerce estimated that 1,998 manufacturing establishments in Puerto Rico employed 55,000 Puerto Ricans, with an average workforce of 27.6 persons by 1967. 2,367 manufacturing establishments employed 121,537 Puerto Ricans, with an average of 51.3 per establishment. Puerto Rican country, the Department of Commerce valued manufacturing in Puerto Rico $1 million. By 1967, $21 million for the island. Evidently, Operation Bootstrap successfully industrialized the island. Perhaps more importantly, it successfully shifted Puerto Rican economy's dependence from agriculture to industry in less than 20 years. That is what Guyana needs. Shifting Guyana's economy from agriculture to this type of value-added industrial production has been a goal of Guyanese development policy for decades. The Honorable Speaker will tell you, since we were in youth politics, we were talking about that, but it eludes us. Under the coalition, we began this process by reducing the tax rate for non-commercial businesses to 25%. We must continue to reduce taxes in a targeted way to create tens of thousands of jobs. The PPP has not figured out these types of tax policies. After being in office, that the PPP has not figured out these types of tax policies after being in power for 25 of the last thinking, poor historical knowledge, and fundamental inability to create jobs. We promise you that as a government, we will create the jobs, and we have given you the mechanisms to do it. I turn to the public service. According to the World Bank, 25% in 2023. The government cannot continue to present a country where public servants must scrape and toil. Even more as government revenues surge and government's programs grow in scale and complexity. We reiterate our call for all public servants to be given 50% increase in wages and salaries. However, public servants' compensation must extend beyond just salary increases. We must empower public servants with the best possible facilities to make them effective. We must empower them with professional training so that they can improve their productivity and advance their careers. Additionally, we call on the government to extend duty-free concession for vehicles to a larger group of public servants. Mr. Speaker, since I was a public servant, whenever I became one in the 70s, it has remained the same group virtually. We want to make it clear that we consider public servants to be vital to Guyana's development and will do everything in our power to support them. We will professionalize the public service as we did when we were in government. Public servants can tell you they operated with much more freedom between 2015 and 2020 than they operate now. They live a life of fear. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Guyana labor needs serve as the backdrop for another lie we must not let stand. At the United Nations last year, the president boasted that spending on education will be increased to 20% of the budget. That works out to $156.4 billion this year. It may be obvious to everyone in this esteemed house that your education budget this year is not $156.4 billion. In fact, the government has missed its target by $62 billion, a truly monumental sum. What love for the public. The PPP does not believe in education, in the same way that they never intended to spend 20% of the budget on that ministry. If they had intended to do so, the University of Ghana would have been free. Billions would have been provided to upgrade the university. Lecturers and teachers would have received a 50% pay increase, and tens of thousands of students would have been receiving student stipends. Even further, the APNUAFC will implement a student stipend policy. We could easily afford to provide 50,000 students with $50,000 a month to assist them with educational expenses. That will also contribute to poverty alleviation. These stipends, Mr. Speaker, which should go to the students of the University of Ghana, TVET, night school, and other such institutions, will also incentivize Guyanese to train or retrain in order to build a robust workforce we require. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for us to give our students stipends. Mr. Speaker, when I was presidential advisor for youth empowerment, we did a survey. And we found that when children were close to the institution, whether it's GTI, NATI, or WIC, they tend to stay in the institution. But when they have to travel and face the courts, they fall out. We need to begin to help them to be able to not only go to school, but to stay in school. This policy, which we call 50 for 50, represent the type of serious initiatives that will help to energize and mobilize Guyana's youth. We must recognize that Guyana's changing economy provides changing opportunities, and that we have a sworn duty to help Guyanese seize these opportunities. I turn to infrastructure. Guyana needs a sound infrastructure development plan. While we see the need for the development of community roads, our infrastructure development plan must see us developing roads and bridges linking all 10 regions. Such developments will not only open new lands, they will also give us the opportunity to shift our economic and other activities to highlands and reduce our vulnerability to climate change. Guyana needs to shift its development to highlands. It must be the irony of the century that this just theme is, and I quote, improving lives today, building prosperity tomorrow, while the government continues to promote the bulk of development on the low coastal lying areas with all that this portends. Mr. Speaker, how could we say we're catering for the future, knowing the situation with climate change? Mr. Speaker, common sense and the fact that it's predicted that our coasts will be inundated by 2030, we must reduce the focus on the low-lying coast and begin to shift to highlands. Clearly, this budget is not building prosperity tomorrow. It is increasing our vulnerableness to climate change. It is a visionless budget. Mr. Speaker, it is opposite to point out that this regime continues to pursue development on the low-lying coastal plain at a time when they themselves are talking about climate change. Mr. Speaker, to shift our economic activities to the highlands will not only allow us to deal with climate change, it will also increase opportunities for ecotourism, since it will open new hinterland lands and expose Guyana's natural beauty to Guyanese and the world. It is well known that many Guyanese cannot see Guyana because they can't afford it. We need to change that. Since this move will facilitate a cheaper avenue for Guyana to explore and experience our beautiful country. Our infrastructure development must be based on a plan that opens Guyana's hinterland, reduces the need for expansive and expensive drainage system, while offering new, more safe and secure lands to our people. Our highlands offer such an opportunity. Mr. Speaker, people follow infrastructure. And if we continue to focus on the coast, we are ourselves contributing to making us more vulnerable to the ill effects of climate change. Mr. Speaker, all larger infrastructure programs must of necessity have proper feasibility studies and environmental impact assessment. We have lost too much under the PPP government by being involved in projects such as the Skeldon Sugar Modernization Project, the e-government project, fiber optic cable project, and the Enmo packaging plant, among the many failed projects under the Jack Dale PPP regime as a result of lack of proper feasibility studies. I turn to housing. The shift to the highlands will open new vistas for housing, business, and access to new freshwater resources, building materials, and the increased safety of our people away from the threat that the sea level rise poses. We are blessed with highlands. We need to reimagine Guyana and unleash its potential in the interest of all the people of Guyana. Such a shift, Mr. Speaker, will place us closer to our many waterfalls with hydropower potential and therefore reduce the cost of transmission of power to distant places. Mr. Speaker, as we conceptualize housing, let us focus on new sustainable communities as we seek to house our people. The APNUAFC will implement a hinterland development program which will be guided by a well thought out land use policy. At present, Mr. Speaker, we put anything anywhere. We need a land use policy, so we choose the best places for housing, the best places for agriculture, the best places for manufacturing. You cannot wake up the next morning and say, oh, I feel like putting it here. Mr. Speaker, I turn to agriculture. Agriculture has to continue to be critical in the development of Guyana. It must play a pivotal role in providing food for our people. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, the APNUAFC will promote agricultural development in every region as part of a wider plan to ensure all regions are self-sufficient in food production. This will go a far way in reducing the amount of money regions spent on transportation and will also result in the reduction of food prices in those regions and are therefore anti-inflationary and will redound to the benefit of the people of Guyana. Why would we, Mr. Speaker, be heading food security in the Caribbean region without food security in our 10 administrative regions? Mr. Speaker, charity begins at home. And the APNUAFC government will focus on food security in every region, and the excess from those regions can go to the Caribbean regional security. Mr. Speaker, as a concomitant of our regional agricultural development, we need corresponding agro-processing facilities in every region. Mr. Speaker, basic economics teaches that location matters. It is therefore mind-boggling when the Honorable member from Region 6 indicated that they will place the agro-processing center at one extreme of the region. I think it's either Skeldon or Corriverton, forcing those at the other extreme to incur high costs to get to the agro-processing center. Mr. Speaker, an AP and UFC government will strategically place these agro-processing facilities so that all can access them at relatively cheap costs. There has to be little or no thinking gone into that we put it at the other extreme. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, it is well established in this country that the East Bank of Berbice has some of the most fertile lands. Why would you put it at another end? I turn to oil. Mr. Speaker, if at the end of this year Guyana never puts another FPSO into use, we would still be one of the highest oil producers per capita in the entire world. We would be producing easily 4 times as much oil per day as Ghana, 10 times as much as Trinidad and Tobago, and far more than Equatorial Guinea, to which we have often been compared. We cannot continue to operate like novices who have no idea of how an oil industry should be properly managed. Our sectoral committee on natural resources should be constantly engaged in reviewing the laws and regulations that govern this industry. Our public accounts committee must keep the industry under constant scrutiny. Our auditing capacity at both the GRA and the Auditor General offices should be expanded until it is the envy of the oil producing world. Our national university should be placed on the path to become one of the foremost oil and gas focused learning institutions worldwide. That is the kind of ambition we need to have. Critical issues in the oil and gas sector need to be under constant scrutiny. We cannot continue to have it mismanaged in the head of the incompetent second vice president. We need to ask the following questions.
Another beep.
It's incompetent you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, withdrawn. We need to ask the following questions. What are estimates for the oil price next month, much less next year? How many shipments do we estimate we will receive this year, accounting for fluctuation in daily production volume? How many further oil finds do we expect this year, accounting for the number of exploration activities and our internal estimates of the probability of success? We need to do this kind of analysis. While we welcome ExxonMobil investment in Guyana, we cannot throw our hands up in the air and hope against hope that ExxonMobil will run its operation effectively and transparently. The government still seems to be in awe of the oil major and any oil company that comes to Guyana, completely unaware that world-class expertise can be imported to help Guyana effectively govern this sector. The Department of Energy under the coalition made steps in the right direction that we need to build on. Instead, we are asked to place our faith in a man who has failed perpetually. Mr. Speaker, these oversights, Mr. Speaker, after all, incompetence does not prevent the government from releasing the long overdue audit of $7 billion in cost recovery expenses. Incompetence does not prevent the government from releasing the full model PSA for scrutiny. No, Mr. Speaker, this is the work of a malicious intent to hide from public scrutiny and accountability. It has gotten to the point that when it comes to oil, the government is viewed with extreme suspicion by even the most moderate names. Mr. Speaker, when I mentioned Equatorial Guinea earlier, it was not done idly. That country is famous for monumental levels of secrecy and corruption. Sue, who leveled accusations of bribery in Guyana, even mentioning an oil deal, would fit right in that scheme. But Equatorial Guinea is not just corrupt, it is poor.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, you're taking a lot of liberties, right? And yes, and the other issue was imputing for the 1/6, which has often been quoted. That's why I stopped you previously, right? Good.
The country, that country is famous for having a GDP per capita that rivals many European countries, while 70% of its people live in desperate poverty. Guyana resembles Equatorial Guinea more and more every day, with more than half of Guyanese living in poverty, while the PPP elites, friends, family, and favorites gorge themselves. Foreign investment. We believe that foreign investment must be encouraged as we continually aim to diversify the Guyanese economy. We believe that a combination of foreign investment and local private sector growth can help us to build robust industries throughout our country. A dynamic local business environment must also provide space for small and medium-scale enterprises. Youth, sport, and culture. Mr. Speaker, we see culture, sport, and entertainment as critical to national identity. The development of the tourism industry and our goal of a comfortable, happy society. We must cherish and promote local culture and cultural events, celebrate our nation's history, and welcome tourists who come to share in our society's beauty. This renewed focus on what we are proud of in Guyana will help to bring Guyanese together and promote social cohesion. We do not believe that cultural erasure, which the PPP is practicing by ignoring matrimony, is the way forward for Guyana. It is now about 1 month from matrimony, and we have not heard almost anything about our country's most cherished annual celebrations. Resources should be invested to promote local tradition, artists, and craft, with matrimony front and center. Similarly, the PPP sees Guyana sports as unserious and unimportant, except for partisan political gains. We know that Guyanese are blessed with physical talents of many flavors, and we must set ourselves goals that match those talents as well as considerable resources. How many podium finishes is the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports targeting this year and over the next 5 years? Do they even contemplate such deliberate goals? All they do is keep telling us about grounds, most of which they haven't completed. Each community should have spaces for entertainment so that local artists can perform, art be displayed and sold, and citizens engage in relaxation. In the course of developing multiple avenues for entertainment, we will seek innovative ways to enable our artists, folklorists, singers, and writers to pursue their craft. Mr. Speaker, the APNU will give youth, sport, and culture the attention it needs to contribute to the development of Guyana and a rounded personality. I turn to foreign policy. At the international level, it is necessary that an international environment is created that is conducive to Guyana's development. Unfortunately, the Minister of Foreign Affairs seems not to understand his role, or is just incompetent and clearly lacks the intellectual sagacity that is needed to formulate.
I won't allow you to impute for the 1/6 on the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
The Minister of Foreign Affairs lacks the intellectual sagacity that is needed to formulate and implement foreign policy. You would agree, Mr. Speaker, that it demands nimbleness of mind. The honorable member, Mr. Todd, should stop embarrassing himself and resign. Mr. Speaker, Guyana foreign policy needs to create an environment for Guyana to progress. The discovery of oil has opened new vistas for Guyana, while simultaneously eventuating in new challenges. These challenges must be addressed and surmounted. As the world moves towards new and renewable energy, we need to pursue these energy options while simultaneously promoting a foreign policy strategy that gives us environmental space to develop our oil and gas sector, while at the same time pursuing sustainable development. In this regard, the existence of a large forest cover must not only be used in transactional terms, but also as a bargaining tool to give us the environmental space to develop our resources. That is the work of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. At the foreign policy level, Mr. Speaker, we need to engage the developed world and remind them that we have agreed to be guided by the principle of, and I quote, shared but differentiated responsibility, unquote, and to argue for environmental space to permit Guyana to develop its oil and gas resources. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, it is in this context, Mr. Speaker, that we need to forge relationships with countries to help us to benefit significantly from our oil and gas resources. The ministry needs to recognize that many developed countries that are rich, including the USA and the UK, are seeking more benefits from oil companies, and therefore the opportunity should be taken to craft a foreign policy strategy for us to benefit from this confluence of interest and allow Guyanese to obtain the support of the other countries, including developed countries, as we seek to benefit from our oil resources. Mr. Speaker, I have outlined a lot, and I just want to make one last major point. It was said here that we did not have solutions. I think we give solutions that even Kwame can use. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member, Mr. McCoy, can use. Mr. Speaker, all that we have outlined is only possible if we have good governance. Mr. Speaker, Guyana today is marked by the absence of transparency and accountability. There's an unbelievable assault on democracy. For some reason, PPP seem to believe that democracy is only about elections. They do not believe that there are substantive elements of democracy, governance issues in which they should follow Article 13 and be inclusive. They had the audacity to tell even civil society that they were not elected and therefore they won't have a say. Mr. Speaker, modern democracies accommodate. Modern democracies accommodate civil society. Civil society is seen as an integral part of democratic development, but not so with us. We are deteriorating at a fast rate that we are now seeking to gerrymander boundaries, something that we haven't heard of since the 60s. Mr. Speaker, a clean voters list is critical to elections that all of us accept. And if the government believes, as it constantly says, that we can be over here for the rest of our lives, give us a clean voters list and put it to the test. You give us a clean voters list and put it to the test. Mr. Speaker, the assault on our freedoms and expression must come to an end. It is not part of democratic culture. Mr. Speaker, the politicization of the Guyana police force is anti-democratic and should come to an end. Mr. Speaker, we need independent public institutions that can act as a check and balance on the excesses of this government. Mr. Speaker, governance is a critical issue. And you can put how many proposals you want. If people do not believe they are involved, you will not succeed. Look at the amount of money you put in rice, and it failed and did worse than under us. Mr. Speaker, we have, Mr. Speaker, we have outlined the weaknesses of this budget. We have pointed out that it does not deliver poverty alleviation measures. We've shown you that it has no cost of living. It has no cost of living, no measures to reduce cost of living. We have shown you that it has no measures to create employment. Mr. Speaker, we have shown you that it does not focus on the development of our people. We recommend to you that you borrow from our people-centered vision and bring a budget that allows our people to develop. Mr. Speaker, this budget asphyxiates the poor man. This budget stifles the poor man. This budget kills initiative. It is for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I can't afford to support this budget. However, if the government shows any responsibility and is prepared to be responsive to the concerns, we might very well reconsider our position. I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Member, Mr. Aubrey Norton. And now, to conclude the debate on the 2023 budget, the Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to conclude this first half of consideration by this Honorable House of Budget 2023. The first half, of course, focusing on the general policy debate in anticipation of the consideration of the estimates of expenditure next week. And as I do so, I thank all of my colleagues on this side of the House, and indeed the Honorable Deputy Speaker, for their various contributions, invaluable contributions, I add, to this debate. As is traditionally the case, ministers, members of parliament took advantage of the opportunity presented by this budget debate to elaborate in far greater detail than the budget speech can itself do our government's plans, policies, plans, and programs, and the various initiatives contained not only in the budget, but indeed in our manifesto, and how we complete delivery of our manifesto commitments during the course. Important part of the annual cycle and an important part of the annual parliamentary calendar. Presenting as it does not only an opportunity for government MPs and ministers to do as I just indicated, but also to present an opportunity for members on the opposite side of the House to articulate their alternative vision for the country, to outline alternative initiatives and proposals, considering that in a normal functioning democracy, the opposition would consider itself to be a government in waiting. Sadly, sir, on yet another occasion, the APNU AFC failed woefully to avail themselves of the opportunity presented by the debate on Budget 2023. Because instead of presenting an alternative vision for Guyana, instead of proposing alternative policies, programs, and initiatives, they regurgitated, sir, the standard and overworked and tired, old and overused diatribe, very tired, which has long been overtaken by time, which has been subject to multiple rounds of scrutiny by the people of Guyana, and which was roundly and robustly rejected by the people of Guyana in March of 2020. And you see, sir, why that is important is because we in the People's Progressive Party subscribe fully and in a completely unrestricted and unlimited manner, we subscribe fully and wholeheartedly to the democratic model of governance. And that democratic model of governance requires us to submit ourselves to an electorate once every 5 years, as is required by our Constitution, and that requires us to respect the will of the electorate. In fact, if one were to consider the political history of Guyana, one would see the People's Progressive Party accepting election results even in times when there was compelling evidence of those elections having been rigged. In fact, today, I don't believe that anybody even disputes, including anybody in the PNC, disputes the fact that elections were systematically rigged. This is now an accepted historic fact that the PNC engaged systematically in electoral rigging for the entire duration of their time in office until 1992. And while one might have expected, if I'm to borrow a phrase used by the Honorable Minister Onej Walron, she spoke so appropriately of the leopard not having changed his spots. While one might have thought that having spent some time in opposition, that the PNC, however they now style themselves, APNU, AFC, APNU, AFC, one might have thought that they might have learned some lessons from the past. They returned to government, not having learned anything, and instead reverted instantly to their old dictatorial ways. What is even more alarming, sir, is that those ways having been roundly rejected in 2020. And maybe I should say this, You know, in 2020, I think most people recognize that Guyana was at a historic juncture in its economic history. You know, we had just become an oil-producing nation. I believe first oil was in December 2019. We just become an oil-producing nation. And I think that everybody, the Guyanese people, were fully seized by the magnitude of the moment. And they had, fortunately, the privilege of being able to look back in recent memory to consider the People's Progressive Party in government. Well, in fact, those who are old enough to remember, to consider the PNC in government from 1964 to 1992. So they had a long period over which to observe the PNC in government. They had the period from 1992 to 2015 to observe the People's Progressive Party in government. So they had an alternative against which to compare. And then in case the pre-1992 era were a distant memory, or particularly for younger voters who might not recall or might not even have been around during the pre-1992 era, the Guyanese people were afforded the privilege of witnessing the PNC, now called APNU-AFC, back in government from 2015 to 2020. So in 2020, Guyanese voters, young and old, went into the polling station, armed with a rich set of comparative experiences of alternative governments, and therefore better informed to make a decision as to who they wanted in government at this uniquely historic moment in our country's economic and broader evolution. And the people of Guyana, armed with that information, spoke resoundingly and elected the People's Progressive Party, civic, back to government. And Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that having listened to the last 5 days of debate in this House, I have no doubt in my mind that the people of Guyana feel fully vindicated, indeed feel reinforced in the appropriateness of the judgment they made in 2020. Why do I say this? Mr. Speaker, I considered what approach I would take to this wrapping up of the debate. I could take every single speech presented or every single point made, and I made copious notes and respond to them. That would take me a very long time, more than the 5 hours of my original speech. But I want in particular, sir, to focus on the speech given by the honorable leader of the opposition and one or two other critical issues, purely for illustrative purposes. And I will then, sir, close my case, or rest my case. Mr. Speaker, as I listened to the honorable leader of the opposition, a word that has fallen out of popular usage, a particular word came to my mind, and it's a word that, like I said, has fallen out of popular usage. A lot of people might not be familiar with it, or perhaps they might. Mr. Speaker, about 100 years ago, there emerged, and I believe it's about 100 years ago, there emerged the usage of a word called bloviation. I think the Honorable Prime Minister is familiar with this word, bloviation, or bloviating. And the person who performs this, or the individual who engages in this bloviation is deemed a bloviator. And in case I was mistaken about the meaning of the word, sir, I resorted to that good friend of the modern man and modern woman. I referred to good old Google. And I confirmed my recollection, sir, that to bloviate, or the act, the bloviation, and this is the word that came to mind as I was listening to Mr. Norton. He struck me as a bloviator par excellence. And sir, so I, like I said, resorted to Google. And Google tells us, sir, here's dictionaries, you'll see it's defined all over the dictionaries, that to bloviate or bloviation. I'll just share with you two definitions. The art of speaking for as long as the occasion warrants, while saying nothing at all. Or secondly, sir, an army, and this one will resonate, this one applies particularly to Mr. Norton. An army of pompous phrases moving over the landscape in search of an idea.
That's my one definition.
Because Mr. Norton came here today, and bloviated for, I don't know, an hour and a half or 2 hours, bloviated, invoked all manner of outdated concepts that he might have encountered in the 1960s and 1970s, speaking about targeted tax breaks, speaking about people-centered, people-centered development, speaking about, let me see, speaking all manner of lofty sounding words. Intellectual sagacity. Intellectual sagacity. He's a man, he's a man given to using all of these big words and fancy phrases to impress people with his intellectual capacity. While, sir, beneath that is absolutely no substance whatsoever. Asphyxiating. The budget is asphyxiating the Guyanese people. Sir, if you listened, as I'm sure you did, and as I know you always do, Mr. Norton started out on the premise. Well, let's start out where he started out. I think maybe he thought he wanted to amuse us when he started out. I thought it was comedy and not bloviation that he intended. Because he started out by saying that when the PNC left office in his customary manner, he puffs out his chest and he puts on his important opposition leader voice to make sure that Roysdale is kept out of the job. And Mahipal. He came to the podium, sir. He came to the podium, Mr. Speaker, and he started out by saying, when the PNC left office in 1992, there was money in the budget to build the Linden to Soesdijk Highway. Sir, I know that you have an abundance of youth still on your side. But I know too that you can recall 1992 with perfect clarity. Sir, in 1992, the PNC destroyed Guyana. The Guyana, left in the state of PNC destruction, was incapable of paying public sector wages, was incapable of servicing the country's debts, was incapable, sir, of providing basic medication in hospitals. Minister Anthony reminds us that rodents would be crawling on the beds, biting the limbs of patients in the public hospital. And Mr. Norton comes here with a straight face, sir, and seeks to tell the people of Guyana that in 1992, I don't believe that there's anybody in Guyana who recalls 1992 with any degree of clarity would be able to forget the pain and suffering that Guyanese of that era were going through. No fuel, no electricity, lining up for fuel, days and weeks of blackout, no basic food supplies. That would be recalled, sir, that was the era, the pre-1992 era, was the era when basic food supplies were banned. Sir, when I say to young people that potatoes or wheat and flour were, not that you couldn't get them, they were illegal commodities. People were imprisoned. People were imprisoned for having wheat and flour and potatoes in their possession, like it was. When you tell people, sir, that you had to bury, sardines, sardine cans. There are backyards in Guyana that are like a landfill site for sardine cans. You had to bury because you were afraid to put your sardine can in the dustbin. Sir, and then Mr. Norton comes here, sir. Mr. Norton comes here, sir, and wants to paint this alternative reality, looking the people of Guyana straight in their faces and seeking to paint this parallel, this imagined reality, almost like they're living in a dream world. Almost like they're living in a dream world. That, 1992, we had money to fix the Linden. Sir, in 1992, they couldn't fix Main Street. They couldn't fix Main Street. You couldn't drive. Those of you who had cars, and I'm going to come back to cars in a minute, you couldn't drive from the Pegasus Hotel to the Bank of Guyana in half an hour or with no traffic. You had to navigate from the Ministry of Finance to the Central Bank, navigate potholes. There were streets in Guyana that were popularly called, I recall some streets in Kitty that were popularly called Abortion Avenue. You couldn't navigate the street if you were an expectant mother. And Mr. Norton comes here today, sir, with a straight face and wants to tell us that in 1992 we were ready. Sir, the people of Guyana know better. But we shouldn't be surprised by this. We shouldn't be surprised by this because it is Mr. Norton and his party, and I'm not going to repeat, I've said this many times in this house and many of my colleagues have said it too. It was Mr. Norton and his party that looked the world in its face, in its faces, looked the people of the world in their faces, and said to them with a straight face, 33 is not bigger than 32. And they continue to say up to today, that they did not only that they did not rig the election, but that they won the election. They continue to say up to today, sir, that they won the election. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that in 1992, when the People's Progressive Party came to government, Guyana's debt to GDP ratio, 1991, size. Consider that for a moment, sir, that your debt is 6 times the size of your economy. Sir, when we left office in 2014, in 2015 rather, we had brought that down to less than 40%. From 617, sir, in 1992 to less than 40%. And Mr. Speaker, there was no oil. They like to speak, they say now oil of oil or oil revenue. It was achieved on the strength of prudent and responsible People's Progressive Party civic in government. Sir, they say, sir, they want to speak about 1992. And they like to be selective about the facts that they bandy around. Consider for a moment, sir, that in 1992, when they left office, the very public servants, minimum wage in 1992, at the end, was the princely sum of $22 per month, the equivalent US dollars per month. Today, we have in $88 per month from $22 per month. It's not where we would like it to. Increase it progressively. Manner that in fact therefore undermine the value of people's is progressively to increase it in a value of wages and salaries is makes in their customary PNC manner all a list, I think he said it was 20, a list of 20, a motley crew, a random assortment. They moved. I'm going to a 50% increase. Well, sir, passed before. Heard this before. 15. You promised it knowing that you didn't promise it on the in fact, there was a very elaborate plan. There was a very elaborate plan, sir, on how it was going to be financed. I believe, I know one of my colleagues alluded to this plan. Sir, there was a very elaborate plan outlining how they will finance these initiatives. I refer you and Guyana to page 46 of the APNU AFC's 2015 election manifesto. People of Guyana in 2015 were they to be elected to office, including the 50% salary increase, including expand rice, sugar, everything. They will finance this. They had a whole section, they had an entire team sitting down on it. The chapter is called Reaping the Democratic Dividend. And they are 8 specific initiatives. This is currently estimated at $200 million US savings to be between Sir, I invite for how much of this they achieved. This is 150 million US dollars result of our improved the anticipated improvement in the political environment were there incentives for the underground to 60% yet measured up against all of these. Sir, reducing and friends and family and what was it? Sir, that is estimated to be about 28. So in fact, I should go further. Of total procurement, sorry, let me say that again. Reducing procurement fraud. 28 to 35% of total procurement spend. Sir, and new AFC to account. They had 5 years. Perform in reaping. Why did you not deliver on your promises to the people? I'm not going to read all of it. The PNC, APNU, AFC established tradition of selling hot air of blow. And we were of the last that they increased well, that number is itself questionable. They may have they want to claim, but let us public service family. This family, a couple, 3 children who are going to school. One is a soldier, a policeman. Criminal increases, and like I said, the 70% number is highly by taking back school children. They took it back by us that we used to give to the discipline services. Salary in lieu of leave. Take their leave. Putting taxes on electricity, on water, on medical supplies. 95 or so taxes that they're going to reduce VAT by Sir, they had promised they came into office, they reduced and they then promptly put on the VAT did not. So while they have a long list of items from 0 to move from 0 to 40, medical and educational, heavy equipment for agriculture, and the list goes on. So this three-card trick that the PA, now you see, now you don't, you know, sometimes you know the chick board? Man of people like card trick or the chick either board. Sir, but this is the guidance. People are wiser today. They're wiser. Or if they promise they will a strategy and a plan. They love and policies, and they love vision. You mentioned a few of the they love strategies out of his surveys, policy. I think what he outlined steep in theory, but void practicality and reality. When the people of Guyana are deceived, you will come up with alleviate and survey for big or to convey Mr. Norton's and development, a survey delivered. He said it about infrastructure too. Mr. Norton said, sound plan. Sound. All the regions, all plan. Mr. Speaker, who would be incapable of telling you priorities? If there's anybody of what is needed. Commission a study and get somebody to prepare an elaborate plan to tell you the people of Guyana are watching. Placing you a plan We are promising them and we're delivering them. They had a single new for those who didn't hear me, that wouldn't think that they want things in typical PNC style. They're going to infrastructure plan.